ancient imagination of Egypt, where the rhythm of the Nile shaped the calendar of life and the stars traced pathways across the sky that told stories older than memory, there emerged a figure whose presence brought a particular kind of peace. Not the peace of emptiness, but the peace of skillful attention, of knowing what to do when the world fractures, of understanding that care itself can become a form of magic. This was Isis, and her story is the story of how love learns to rebuild what has been broken, how patience becomes a kind of power, and how the scattered pieces of what once was whole can be gathered again through devotion that does not surrender to despair. Isis did not arrive in the Egyptian understanding as a goddess of thunder or conquest. She was not the embodiment of overwhelming force or the sudden strike of divine intervention. Instead, she emerged as something more subtle and perhaps more necessary, as the goddess of skillful magic, of careful words, of precise knowledge, and of the ability to preserve life through understanding rather than domination. In the Egyptian worldview, magic was never merely spectacle or entertainment, never simply the dramatic display of supernatural power. Magic was technology in its deepest sense, a disciplined practice of aligning reality with what is right, of speaking words that carry weight, of knowing names that unlock the nature of things, of performing rituals that restore balance when balance has been lost. And Isis was the master of this technology, the one who knew how to work with the fundamental structures of existence, not by breaking them, but by understanding them so thoroughly that she could guide them back toward order when they threatened to dissolve into chaos. Her power felt like shelter. It felt like the moment when fever breaks and the body remembers how to rest. It felt like the presence of someone who knows what to do, whose competence is so complete that panic becomes unnecessary. In a world where so much could go wrong, where the desert waited at the edges of the fertile land, where illness could sweep through a household, where the river could fail to rise and bring the life-giving flood, Isis represented the possibility of skillful response. She was the reassurance that knowledge exists, that there are words that can be spoken, that there are actions that can be taken, that despair is not the only option when faced with loss or danger, or the unraveling of what once seemed secure. To understand Isis is to understand the Egyptian conception of names, because names were never arbitrary labels in this ancient way of thinking. A name was not simply a sound, one made to refer to something. A name was the essence of a thing made audible, the inner reality given form in language. To know the true name of something, whether a god, a person, a plant, an illness, or a force of nature, is to know its nature so completely that you could influence it, guide it, heal it, or protect yourself from it. This was not about power over things in a crude sense, not about domination or control for its own sake. It was about relationship, about the ability to engage with reality at its deepest level, to speak to the heart of things rather than merely to their surface. Isis mastered names. She collected them, learned them, understood them with a patience that never rushed, while other gods might display their power through dramatic acts, through storms called down from the heavens, through the sun blazing across the sky, through battles won with strength and fury. Isis displayed her power through understanding. She knew that true influence comes not from shouting, but from speaking the right word at the right time. Not from force, but from precision. Not from haste, but from careful observation, followed by deliberate action. This was power that felt safe rather than terrifying. Power that protected rather than threatened. Power that built up rather than tearing down. And so the theme emerged that would run through all of Isis's story. Power is not always loud. Sometimes the greatest power is the ability to see clearly when others see only confusion, to speak carefully when others speak in panic, to act at the right moment with the right gesture when others either act too soon in fear or too late in paralysis. Isis embodied a kind of strength that the world often overlooks because it is quiet, because it works through patience rather than spectacle, because its victories are often invisible. The illness that did not claim a life. The child who survived when survival seemed impossible. The order that was restored so smoothly that no one remembered how close everything came to collapse. From this foundation of skillful magic and careful knowledge, the story of Isis widened into her bond with Osiris, a relationship that carried mythic weight far beyond any personal romance. Osiris was the symbol of rightful kingship, the embodiment of order made manifest in the world. He represented fertility, not merely the ability to produce crops, though that mattered deeply in a land dependent on the river's annual gift of rich soil, but fertility in a broader sense, the capacity of life to sustain itself, to continue, to establish patterns that endure. Under Osiris, the world was arranged into meaning. The seasons followed their proper sequence. The river rose and fell in its time. Seeds planted grew into grain. Children were born and grew. The structures that make life livable, law, custom, ceremony, shared understanding, all found their mythic origin in Osiris. Isis's devotion to Osiris was presented in Egyptian thought as more than the love between partners, though it included that. Her loyalty was loyalty to a principle, to the idea that the world can be organized in a way that allows life to flourish, that chaos is not the necessary condition of existence, that order is possible and worth defending. When Isis stood beside Osiris, she stood for the partnership between care and governance, between skillful knowledge and rightful authority, between the magic that preserves life and the kingship that structures it into sustainable patterns. Their union was symbolic in the deepest sense. It represented the coming together of complementary powers that, when aligned, create the conditions for the world to be not merely survivable, but actually good. This was what was at stake when everything shattered. This was what made the great rupture so catastrophic. Because when Osiris fell, when he was killed, murdered by Set in the Egyptian telling, struck down by jealousy and the hunger for power that cares nothing for rightness, it was not merely the death of an individual, however beloved. It was the entry of disorder into the very structure of the cosmos. It was the demonstration that what seems stable can be broken, that what seems secure can be destroyed, that the patterns that hold life together can be interrupted, torn apart, scattered into fragments that seem impossible to reassemble. The death of Osiris was the arrival of the question that haunts human existence. When something vital is lost, what remains? When the center does not hold, when what organized meaning into coherence is suddenly gone, when fragmentation replaces wholeness, what then? These are not merely intellectual questions. They are the questions asked by anyone who has experienced profound loss. The death of someone who seemed essential to life's structure, the collapse of circumstances that provided stability, the shattering of assumptions that made the world feel comprehensible. And the response to these questions in the Egyptian imagination was embodied in Isis. Her grief was real. The Egyptian tradition never pretended otherwise, never suggested that spiritual sophistication means the absence of feeling, or that divine status places one beyond the reach of sorrow. Isis mourned. She wept. The loss of Osiris struck her with the full force that loss carries when what is lost truly mattered. But her grief did not become paralysis. This is the crucial movement in the story, the moment when the narrative reveals what kind of power Isis actually possesses. Because in Egyptian myth, grief becomes a form of movement. Sorrow, rather than ending in collapse, transforms into the determination to search, to gather, to restore. Isis's mourning contains within it the refusal to accept fragmentation as the final reality. This is where the Egyptian imagination offered something profound about the nature of strength. Because the easy path after devastating loss is surrender, to sit with the brokenness, to declare that what is shattered cannot be reassembled, to let despair have the final word. And there is a kind of perverse comfort in that surrender, a release from the burden of hope, a permission to stop trying. But Isis does not take that path. Instead, she begins the patient work of recovery. And the story frames this work as sacred rather than simply necessary, as a form of devotion rather than merely a practical task. She searches. The Egyptian myths describe her journey in various ways. Traveling the length of Egypt, searching marshes and fields, following rumors and signs, never giving up even when the task seems impossible. Because Osiris was not merely killed, his body was scattered, cut into pieces and distributed across the land. This detail carries symbolic weight. It is not enough to find what was lost. What was lost has been fragmented. And fragmentation is a deeper form of loss than simple absence. To restore Osiris, Isis must gather not just a body but pieces, must reconstruct not just presence but wholeness from parts that have been deliberately separated. And so she searches piece by piece, refusing to let exhaustion or discouragement end her work. This is persistence as a spiritual practice. This is the mythic embodiment of the refusal to accept that destruction is more powerful than devotion, that breaking is easier than rebuilding. So rebuilding should not be attempted. The journey is long. The task is difficult. The work is meticulous, requiring attention and care, and the kind of patience that does not demand immediate results, but trusts that continued effort accumulates into eventual restoration. As Isis searches, as she gathers, the story emphasizes something important about the nature of repair. Restoration is not magic in the sense of instant transformation. Even for a goddess of magic, even for one who knows the true names of things and can speak words of power, bringing back what has been lost is work. It requires time. It requires attention to detail. It requires the willingness to handle what is painful, to look directly at what has been damaged, to touch what is broken without turning away in revulsion or despair. This is healing as a process rather than an event. And the Egyptian imagination honored that process by making it central to their most important myth. The episode stays sleep-friendly here by focusing on the calming idea that repair is possible even when it is difficult. There is something deeply soothing in the image of Isis searching, gathering, refusing to abandon the work of restoration. It offers an answer to the fear that what is broken in our own lives, relationships, hopes, sense of self, feeling of safety, must remain broken. The myth suggests otherwise. It argues that patience applied to the work of rebuilding can eventually reassemble what fragmentation has separated. Not quickly, not easily, but truly. As Isis gathers the pieces of Osiris, as she moves closer to restoration, her role as healer and protector becomes more defined. Her magic is revealed as the ability to keep life from slipping away entirely, to hold on to the thread of continuity, even when that thread has been cut and seems ready to unravel completely. This is where the Egyptian belief in the power of correct action comes fully into focus. Order, in this worldview, is not simply a natural state that exists automatically. Order must be created, maintained, and when necessary, reestablished. And this happens through precision, through words spoken with care, through rites performed with reverence, through knowledge applied with skill, through attention held steadily even when holding steady is difficult. Isis becomes the mythic image of protective competence, the embodiment of knowing what to do when fear rises and confusion threatens to overwhelm clear thought. Her presence in the Egyptian imagination suggests that the unknown can be navigated not through panic or paralysis, but through practice, through the application of learned skill, through trust in methods that have been tested. When a child fell ill, when danger threatened, when the ordinary protections of daily life seemed insufficient, Isis represented the possibility that there were greater protections available. Not arbitrary, divine intervention that might or might not arrive, but the intervention of knowledge, the application of magic, understood as disciplined practice rather than desperate hope. This framework carries profound psychological comfort, because so much of human suffering comes from feeling helpless, from confronting situations where we do not know what to do, and fear that there is nothing that can be done. Isis answers that fear by embodying the principle that knowledge exists, that skill can be developed, that there are responses available even to terrible circumstances, if one knows how to access them. She does not promise that everything can be fixed easily, or that suffering can be eliminated entirely. But she promises that competent care is real, that protection is possible, that the work of preservation and healing is not futile. From the restoration of Osiris, incomplete though it must remain, because what has been killed cannot simply return to life unchanged, the story transitions into new life, new possibility, new hope, embodied in the birth of Horus. This is continuity made manifest. This is the radical claim that what has been broken can still lead to a future, that loss does not eliminate the possibility of what comes next, that even from fragmentation something whole can emerge. Horus, in the Egyptian understanding, is not merely Isis and Osiris' son. He is the future of rightful order. He is the promise that legitimate kingship will return, that the usurpation of Set, who seized power without right after killing Osiris, will not be permanent, that disorder's victory is not final. But Horus begins as a vulnerable infant, and this vulnerability is crucial to understanding Isis's power, because motherhood, in this myth, becomes the most intimate expression of protective magic. Isis must not only give birth to the future, she must keep it alive long enough for it to mature into its strength. The episode emphasizes that protection is not only guarding from external threats, though Isis certainly does that. Protection is also sustaining hope over time, maintaining the conditions that allow growth, providing the steady presence that makes development possible. Isis raises Horus with patience, and this patience is framed as a moral force in itself. She shields him from dangers that would destroy him before he can become what he is meant to be. She heals him when illness or injury strikes. She teaches him, prepares him, strengthens him through her own strength until he can develop his own. This is nurturing as the creation of stability in the next generation. It is care that thinks beyond the immediate moment, that works toward a future that the caregiver might not fully see. Isis knows that Horus must eventually claim his rightful place, must grow into the one who restores Ma'at, balance, truth, proper order, to a world where Set's rule represents the opposite of all these things. But that claiming lies years in the future. In the present, there is only the daily work of keeping a child alive, keeping hope alive, keeping the possibility of restoration alive through consistent attention and unfailing devotion. The narrative widens into Isis's role as defender against the ongoing dangers that threaten Horus during his growth. Because the myth is realistic about this. Threats do not disappear simply because a child exists. If anything, danger often increases when the future becomes visible to those who profit from the current disorder. Set, having seized power, has every reason to eliminate the legitimate heir. The forces of chaos that Set represents have every reason to prevent the restoration of order. And so, Isis's protection must be constant, vigilant, strategic, rather than merely reactive. She anticipates, she watches, she intervenes before threats can fully materialize. She heals injuries that would have proven fatal without her knowledge. She speaks words of power that turn away harm. She uses her mastery of names and magic to create protection that surrounds Horus like an invisible shield, like a circle of safety maintained through unrelenting attention. This is love that has become power through its transformation into consistent action. This is devotion that has learned to think, to plan, to respond, not just with feeling, but with skill. The story remains calm by focusing on steadiness. There's no frenzy here, no panic even when danger is real. Instead, there is the quiet confidence of competence, the assurance that comes from knowing what must be done and having the ability to do it. Isis protects Horus through repeated care, repeated healing, repeated restoration, each time something threatens. And in this repetition, there is a kind of meditation, a rhythm that becomes soothing because it demonstrates that protection is not a single dramatic act, but an ongoing practice, a commitment renewed day after day until what is vulnerable becomes strong. As Horus grows, as he approaches maturity, the story flows into the moral and political dimension that has been present all along, but now comes fully to the surface. Because the conflict between Horus and Set is not merely a personal rivalry between two individuals with competing claims. It is a cosmic argument about legitimacy, about whether power belongs to those who seize it through force or to those who inherit it through right, about whether the world will be governed by chaos serving itself or by order serving life. And Isis becomes the quiet engine behind the restoration of rightful order. Her role shifts from physical protection, though she continues to offer that, to advocacy, to insistence, to the persistent assertion that truth matters and must be recognized. This is not revenge for its own sake, though grief and anger are surely part of what drives her. This is the reestablishment of Ma'at, the fundamental Egyptian concept that is simultaneously truth, justice, balance, and proper cosmic order. In the Egyptian worldview, Ma'at is not simply a nice idea. It is the principle that prevents reality from dissolving into chaos. When Ma'at is violated, when power is seized without right, when truth is replaced by force, the cosmos itself is wounded and must be healed. Isis insists on this healing. She brings Horus before the assembled gods. She makes the case for his legitimacy. She argues, persuades, demonstrates, refuses to accept that might makes right, or that Set's current possession of power justifies that possession. This is a different kind of magic than the magic of healing or protection, but it is magic nonetheless. The magic of persuasion, of moral clarity, of refusing to let injustice become normalized simply because it has lasted for a time. The episode frames Egyptian justice not as punishment for its own sake, but as alignment, as the restoration of proper relationship between power and legitimacy, between what is and what should be. When Horus eventually rises to take his rightful place as king, when Set is overcome not simply through superior force but through the recognition of right, it represents the resolution of Isis's long labor. What was broken did not remain broken. What was scattered has been gathered. What was lost has been, in its way, restored, not unchanged, because death and loss leave their marks, but restored nonetheless into a form that can continue, that can build a future. This is why Isis becomes so beloved in Egyptian imagination and beyond. This is why her worship spreads far past Egypt's borders in the ancient world. Why temples to Isis appear across the Mediterranean. Why she becomes one of the most widely venerated goddesses of antiquity. Because she represents something that speaks to a universal human need. The possibility that loss does not have the final word. Her power is the power to continue. Her magic is not an escape from reality, but the means by which reality, when it has been damaged, can be repaired. And this power, this magic, is not arbitrary or capricious. It does not depend on divine whim or the luck of earning a deity's favor through the right sacrifice or prayer. Isis's power comes from knowledge, from skill, from patience, from devoted attention, from the refusal to surrender to despair, from the willingness to do the work of restoration, no matter how long it takes or how difficult it becomes. These are, in their way, accessible principles. They suggest that the kind of power Isis represents, the power to heal, to protect, to rebuild, to gather what has been scattered, is not entirely beyond human reach. It requires learning. It requires practice. It requires commitment. But it is real, and it is available. The outline reflects on Isis's broader legacy, and this reflection reveals why the myth carries such psychological depth. Isis's influence expands beyond the single story of Osiris and Horus because her principles are universal. Every person who has experienced profound loss knows the question of whether restoration is possible. Every parent who has protected a vulnerable child knows the vigilance Isis embodies. Every person who has worked to rebuild after devastation, whether a community after disaster, a life after trauma, a sense of self after shattering experience, knows the patient gathering of pieces that Isis performs. Every person who has spoken words of comfort to someone suffering, who has applied learned skill to a problem that seemed unsolvable, who has refused to accept that brokenness must be permanent, has touched something of Isis's power. She becomes the symbol of care as sacred technology. And that phrase deserves attention. Sacred does not here mean simply religious in a narrow sense. It means worthy of reverence, worthy of serious attention, worthy of being treated as fundamentally important rather than trivial or optional. And technology does not mean gadgets or machinery, but rather skilled practice, systematic knowledge applied to achieve specific ends. Care, in this understanding, is not merely feeling, though feeling matters. Care is knowledge put into practice. Care is skill developed through attention and commitment. Care is the technology by which we preserve what is vulnerable, heal what is wounded, and rebuild what has been broken. Isis answers a deep human fear that what is lost forever, that fragmentation is final, that when something breaks, it cannot be reassembled, that chaos and disorder are more powerful than any force that might resist them. Her life story, her myth, argues the opposite. What is scattered can be gathered, not instantly, not easily, but truly. What is wounded can be tended, not without pain, not without scars, but truly. What is threatened can be protected, not with absolute certainty, not without vigilance, but truly. The work is real. The commitment is demanding, but the possibility is genuine. This is what makes Isis a figure suited for contemplation at the edge of sleep. When the mind is ready to release its grip on the day's anxieties and settle into rest. Because sleep requires a kind of trust. Trust that letting go is safe. Trust that consciousness can dissolve without everything dissolving. Trust that morning will come and life will continue. And Isis embodies that trust in a specific form. The trust that rebuilding is a form of strength, more enduring than destruction. The closing movement of this meditation gathers the complete history into its final theme. And that theme is precisely suited to carrying someone toward peaceful rest. Destruction is dramatic. It is fast. It captures attention through shock and spectacle. A building can be demolished in moments. Building it took months or years. A relationship can be shattered with a few words. Building it took patient accumulation of trust and shared experience. A sense of safety can be destroyed by a single event. Building it required countless experiences of care and protection. And yet, the Egyptian imagination, through Isis, makes the radical claim that building and rebuilding are more powerful than destruction because they are more enduring, because they create rather than merely eliminating, because they require and therefore demonstrate capacities that destruction does not need. Anyone can break something. Isis's power is that she can gather the pieces and make them whole again. Or if not whole in the original sense, then whole in a new way that honors what was while creating what can be. Not everything is repaired quickly. The myth is honest about this. Isis' search for Osiris takes time. Her protection of Horus extends across years. The restoration of rightful order is not accomplished in a moment, but through long effort sustained by unwavering commitment. And not everything returns exactly as it was. Osiris, even restored, cannot simply resume life as if death had not occurred. The experience of loss changes things. The work of restoration creates something new, rather than simply recreating what existed before. But life can become whole again in a new form. This is the essential promise, the source of the calm that this story offers. Wholeness does not require the impossible return to a state before loss or before damage. Wholeness can be created from and through the experience of fragmentation, can incorporate the scars and the changes, can build something that works, that lives, that continues, even though it has been fundamentally altered by what it has endured. The deepest strength is the kind that rebuilds. This is what Isis teaches. This is what her story offers to those who contemplate it. In a world that often celebrates force and speed and dramatic victory, Isis represents a different kind of power, quieter, more patient, more enduring. It is the power of the healer who sits with the sick through the long night. It is the power of the parent who rises again and again to comfort the frightened child. It is the power of the person who begins again after failure, who picks up the pieces after loss, who continues to build even when building seems futile. And the mind rests easier when it believes that scattered things can be gathered again. This is not naive optimism. It is not the pretense that loss does not hurt, or that rebuilding is easy. It is the confidence born from Isis's example, that the work of restoration is real work that produces real results, that patience applied to the gathering of fragments does eventually reassemble wholeness, that devoted attention can preserve what is vulnerable until it becomes strong enough to protect itself. Sleep comes more peacefully when the day's worries can be released into this trust, because worry is often the mind's attempt to protect against loss, to prevent fragmentation, to maintain control over circumstances that feel precarious. And there is wisdom in that vigilance. Isis herself demonstrates constant watchfulness, but there is also wisdom in the recognition that not everything can be controlled, that loss sometimes comes despite our best efforts, that things do scatter and break and fall apart. And when that happens, Isis whispers, all is not lost. The pieces can be found. The work of restoration can begin. What has been wounded can be tended. What has been threatened can be protected. What has ended can lead to a new beginning. This is not magic that prevents all difficulty. This is magic that responds to difficulty with skill and patience and devoted care. This is the magic of continuing when continuation seems impossible, of gathering when everything seems scattered beyond recovery, of protecting when danger seems overwhelming. In Egyptian thought, Isis becomes the guarantee that order can be restored after chaos, that life can continue after death, that meaning can be rebuilt after shattering. She is the skilled hand that sets the broken bone. She is the careful voice that speaks the healing words. She is the patient presence that maintains protection through long watching. She is the devoted heart that refuses to surrender to despair. She is the intelligent mind that knows names and understands how to work with the fundamental structures of reality to guide them back toward balance. And these qualities, skill, patience, devotion, intelligence, persistence, care, are not superhuman in the sense of being entirely beyond human capacity. They are presented as divine because the Egyptians understood them to be sacred, to be worthy of reverence, to be essential to the preservation and continuation of life. But they are also presented as accessible, as qualities that can be cultivated, as capacities that human beings can develop through practice and commitment. This is the final comfort that Isis offers, the power to heal, to protect, to rebuild, to gather what has been scattered. This power is real. It exists in the cosmos, embodied in Isis. And it exists, in smaller but genuine measure, in anyone who commits to the work of care, who learns the skills of protection and restoration, who refuses to let fragmentation have the final word. As sleep approaches, as consciousness begins to release its tight grip on the details of the day, this is the image to hold. Isis searching patiently for what has been lost, gathering piece by piece, refusing to give up, working with skill and devotion to restore what has been broken. There is no frantic rushing here. There is no panicked urgency. There is steady, calm, persistent effort guided by knowledge and sustained by love that has transformed itself into competent action. The world scatters things. This is the nature of existence. Entropy pulls toward disorder. toward separation, toward the dissolution of patterns into randomness. But against this pull, there is another force, embodied in Isis, the force of skillful care that gathers, that heals, that protects, that rebuilds. These two forces are always in tension. Order and chaos. Building and breaking. Gathering and scattering. And the Egyptian imagination, through Isis, insists that the gathering force is real, is powerful, is worthy of trust. Sleep is itself a kind of scattering. Thoughts disperse, control releases, consciousness fragments into dreams, or dissolves into deep rest. And yet morning comes. Consciousness regathers. The self reassembles. This daily rhythm echoes Isis's greater work. What scatters can be gathered again. What dissolves can reform. What breaks apart can become whole, if not in the same way, then in a new way that still carries meaning forward. Rest now in this trust. The work of restoration is real. The power of careful attention is genuine. The possibility of healing exists. What has been lost can, in its way, be found. What has been broken can, in its way, be repaired. What has been threatened can, through vigilant protection, survive and eventually thrive. These are not empty promises. These are the principles that Isis embodies, the truths that her story teaches, the reassurances that her presence in the Egyptian imagination provided to countless people across countless years. The mind that worries about what might fall apart can release that worry into the confidence that Isis demonstrates. Falling apart is not the end of the story. After fragmentation comes the patient work of gathering. After loss comes the devoted work of restoration. After chaos comes the skilled work of rebuilding order, not quickly, not easily, but truly. And so the story of Isis becomes a lullaby of sorts, a meditation that guides toward rest by addressing the fears that keep the mind anxious and wakeful. Fear of loss? Isis shows that loss, while painful, can lead to restoration. Fear of chaos? Isis demonstrates that order can be reestablished through patient effort. Fear of helplessness? Isis embodies the power of knowledge and skill to respond effectively even to terrible circumstances. Fear that what is broken must stay broken? Isis proves otherwise through her persistent gathering of Osiris's scattered pieces. Each of these fears is met not with denial. The myth does not pretend that loss is not real, or that chaos is not dangerous, or that things do not break. Instead, each fear is met with a response that is both realistic and reassuring. Yes, these things happen. And no, they do not have the final word. There is power available to respond, to heal, to protect, to rebuild. That power requires wisdom and patience and skill and commitment. But it is real, and it is effective. This is what allows the mind to settle. Not the pretense that nothing bad can happen, but the confidence that when difficult things do happen, there are responses available. There are ways of working with what is broken to create something that can continue. Isis is the embodiment of those ways, the demonstration that devoted care applied with knowledge over time can accomplish what seems impossible in the moment of loss. The Egyptian practice of invoking Isis's protection before sleep, of calling on her name when danger threatened, of seeking her intercession in illness. All of this reflects a deep understanding of what Isis represents. She is not arbitrary divine power that might or might not choose to help. She is the reliable presence of competent care, the assurance that skill and knowledge exist to respond to human vulnerability. the promise that protection is not merely hoped for, but actively maintained through practiced vigilance. And as sleep comes, as the conscious mind releases its hold and allows the deeper processes of rest and restoration to begin, there is peace in remembering that these processes are themselves echoes of Isis's work. Sleep heals, sleep restores. Sleep gathers the scattered energies of the day and allows them to reform into readiness for tomorrow. The body knows how to do this work, just as Isis knew how to do her work, through processes that are ancient, practiced, reliable, guided by wisdom deeper than conscious understanding. Rest then in the trust that what scatters can be gathered, that what is wounded can heal, that what is broken can be rebuilt. Rest in the confidence that patient attention applied over time can restore what seemed lost. Rest in the peace that comes from knowing that the power of care is real, that the magic of devoted protection is genuine, that the possibility of continuation exists even after profound disruption. Isis watches, Isis gathers, Isis protects, Isis heals, Isis rebuilds. And in her patient, skilled, devoted work, she demonstrates that the deepest power is not the power to destroy, but the power to restore, not the power to scatter, but the power to gather, not the power to wound, but the power to heal. This power endures when dramatic displays of force have faded. This power builds when breaking has finished its quick work. This power continues, steady and calm and reliable, like the breathing that carries the body into sleep, like the trust that allows consciousness to release its grip, like the ancient confidence that morning will come and life will continue. The story of Isis is complete, and yet it continues, because every act of careful healing echoes her work. Every patient gathering of scattered pieces honors her example. Every devoted protection of what is vulnerable carries forward her legacy. She is not merely a figure from ancient mythology, but a principle made visible, a possibility given form, a reassurance embodied in narrative that the work of restoration matters and succeeds. Sleep now, knowing this. Rest in this trust. Let the scattered thoughts of the day be gathered by the body's own wisdom, by the mind's natural processes of consolidation and healing that work best when conscious control releases. Let worry dissolve into the confidence that what needs protection has protection, that what needs healing can heal, that what needs restoration will be restored through processes, both greater than individual effort and accessible through individual commitment to care. Isis's magic was never about escaping reality, but about working skillfully with reality to guide it toward order, toward life, toward continuation. Sleep is the same. Not escape, but engagement with the body's deep processes of restoration. And waking will come, as it always does, as another day, another opportunity, another chance to gather what is scattered, to tend what is wounded, to protect what is vulnerable, to build what endures. The Egyptian imagination gave the world Isis because humans needed her, needed the assurance she provides, the skills she embodies, the possibility she represents. That need has not diminished across millennia. If anything, in a world that seems increasingly chaotic, increasingly fragmented, increasingly threatening to what we love and value, we need Isis more than ever. Need her patient example, her skillful magic, her devoted care, her refusal to surrender, to despair. And so, her story continues to offer what it has always offered: the calm assurance that rebuilding is possible, that gathering what has been scattered is real work with real results. that the power of devoted attention applied with knowledge over time can restore what seemed irretrievably lost. Not unchanged, not without effort, not quickly or easily, but truly, genuinely, reliably. Rest in this. Sleep in this trust. And when morning comes, remember the power to heal, to protect, to gather, to rebuild. This power is real, and in your own way, in your own measure, it is yours to claim and practice, just as Isis claimed and practiced it in the ancient imagination that still speaks truth across the centuries. The seasons turned in Egypt, and the Nile rose and fell, and in this rhythm the people saw Isis's work reflected, the gathering of water from distant sources, the patient journey toward the delta, the spreading of fertile soil across fields that had been dry, the promise that what seems depleted will be renewed. This was not merely agricultural observation translated into myth. This was the recognition that the same principles operate at every scale, from the cosmic to the intimate, from the divine to the human. What Isis did in the realm of gods, the river did in the realm of nature, and what both accomplished could be learned and practiced in the realm of human effort. The temples dedicated to Isis were not simply places of worship in the sense of passive reverence. They were centers of learning, repositories of knowledge about healing practices, about the properties of plants and minerals, about the words and gestures that accompany treatment, about the careful observation of symptoms and the patient application of remedies. The priests and priestesses of Isis were trained in what we might now call medicine, though they understood it as magic, not because they confused superstition with treatment, but because they recognized that healing requires more than merely physical intervention. Healing requires knowledge of names, understanding of relationships, ability to speak to the suffering person, not just about their symptoms, but about their fears, their hopes, their need for reassurance that skilled care is present and working on their behalf. When a mother brought a feverish child to Isis's temple, she was not merely hoping for divine intervention in the sense of arbitrary miracle. She was seeking access to accumulated knowledge, to practitioners who had seen fever before and knew which herbs to administer, which cooling compresses to apply, which prayers and invocations to speak that would calm both the child and the mother herself. The magic was real, not because it violated natural law, but because it worked with natural law so skillfully that outcomes improved beyond what untrained effort could achieve. Isis's presence in the temple was understood as both symbolic and actual. Symbolic in that her statue represented principles of healing and protection, actual in that her devotees had genuinely learned skills that allowed them to heal and protect in ways that honored her example. This is why Isis's worship spread so far beyond Egypt's borders. When Greek and Roman travelers encountered her temples, when they witnessed the effectiveness of the healing practices associated with her cult, when they experienced the particular quality of care that Isis's devotees provided. Patient, knowledgeable, attentive to the whole person rather than merely to symptoms. They recognized something valuable and carried it home. Temples to Isis appeared in Athens, in Rome, across North Africa, in Asia Minor. She became Isis Pelagia, protector of sailors. She became Isis Varia, guardian of the lighthouse at Alexandria. She became Isis Marianimos, of countless names, because every culture that adopted her found new aspects to emphasize, new relationships to honor, new ways that her core principles of protection and restoration applied to their particular circumstances. And yet through all these transformations, certain elements remained constant. Isis was always the devoted wife who did not accept loss as final. She was always the protective mother who maintained vigilant care. She was always the skilled magician who knew the true names of things, and therefore how to influence them toward healing. She was always the patient gatherer who searched until what was lost had been found. These core aspects of her mythology proved endlessly adaptable because they addressed needs that transcended any particular culture. The need to believe that devoted care matters, that loss can lead to restoration, that knowledge and skill can protect against danger, that patient effort accumulates into eventual success. The prayers addressed to Isis across centuries and cultures reveal this consistent core. Isis, great in magic, deliver me from all evil red things. This from an Egyptian papyrus, with red things, meaning the fevers and infections that redden the skin. Isis, whose power extends over the whole world, who searches for what is good for mortals. This from a Greek hymn, emphasizing her active care rather than passive divinity. Isis, whose vigilance never sleeps. This from a Roman inscription, highlighting the sustained attention that protection requires. Each prayer, in its way, calls on the same essential qualities: knowledge, care, persistence, protective power guided by wisdom rather than mere force. And in calling on these qualities in Isis, the prayers implicitly affirmed that these qualities exist, that they are real powers in the cosmos, that they can be accessed through proper invocation and proper action. This is the deep psychology of effective mythology. Not that it describes literal events, but that it makes visible principles that operate throughout reality, gives them names and stories and faces so that they become available to human understanding and human practice. Isis is both the goddess who possesses these powers and the representation of these powers themselves, the assurance that they are real and the example of how they can be practiced. The initiation rites into Isis's mysteries, those secret ceremonies that only full devotees experienced, emphasized this dual nature. The initiates underwent symbolic deaths and rebirths, experiencing in ritual form what Isis and Osiris experienced in myth. They learned the secret names, the words of power, the gestures and invocations that accompanied healing work. They committed themselves to service that honored Isis by practicing her skills, by becoming themselves channels of the protective and restorative power she embodied. And they reported, those few who wrote about their experiences, a sense of transformation, of having touched something both within themselves and beyond themselves, of having accessed a current of care and protection that ran through reality like an underground river, always present but visible only to those who knew how to look. This river imagery is not accidental. The Nile was Egypt's lifeline, and Isis was associated with the river's life-giving floods. But more deeply, the image of water flowing from hidden sources, gathering strength, spreading fertility, reflects the nature of Isis's power. It flows from sources deeper than the visible surface. It gathers from many tributaries, knowledge from observation, skill from practice, power from devotion, effectiveness from patience. It spreads fertility in the sense that it enables growth, sustains life, creates the conditions for flourishing. And it is patient, inevitable, persistent. Water always finds a way, always continues its journey, always eventually reaches the sea, even when obstacles block its immediate path. The mind preparing for sleep can find particular comfort in this water imagery, because sleep itself is a kind of flow, a release into deeper currents, a surrender to processes that operate beneath. Conscious control. To trust sleep is to trust that these deeper processes are benevolent, are restorative, are working on one's behalf. And Isis, understood as the embodiment of these restorative currents, offers assurance that the trust is justified. What seems like dissolution when consciousness releases its grip is actually the beginning of the gathering work, the healing work, the restoration work that happens when the surface mind stops interfering and allows deeper wisdom to operate. The Egyptians understood that different kinds of work required different states of consciousness. The building of pyramids, the recording of accounts, the administration of kingdoms, these required focused waking attention. But healing, growth, the integration of experience, the restoration of energy, these require the different consciousness of sleep, of dreams, of the state where the structured self releases into something more fluid. And Isis, as goddess of healing and restoration, was. Therefore also, goddess of the threshold, states, the liminal spaces between day and night, waking and sleeping, life and death, fragmentation and wholeness. Her temples included incubation rooms where the sick would sleep, hoping for healing dreams, for visions in which Isis herself appeared to provide guidance or directly bestow cure. This practice, temple incubation, appeared in many ancient cultures and persisted for millennia because it reflected a deep understanding. Healing wisdom often comes not from forced conscious thought, but from the deeper intelligence accessed in sleep and dreams. The temple provided the safe container, the sacred space, the presence of Isis invoked through ritual and symbol. And within that container, the sleeper's own healing capacity could activate, guided by the archetypal pattern that Isis represented. Modern sleep science would describe this differently, would speak of the body's repair processes that accelerate during deep sleep, of the memory, consolidation, and emotional processing that occurs during REM sleep, of the glymphatic system that cleanses the brain of accumulated metabolic waste during rest. But the underlying reality is the same. Sleep is when restoration happens, when the scattered experiences of the day are processed and integrated, when what has been damaged is repaired, when energy is renewed for the next cycle of activity. The Egyptians intuited this truth and personified it in Isis, making the abstract processes concrete and accessible through story and image. And just as Isis's search for Osiris required visiting many places, following many leads, gathering piece by piece, so too does the work of sleep involve multiple cycles, multiple stages, each contributing to the complete process of restoration. Sleep is not a single uniform state, but a journey through different territories, from the light dozing at the edge of consciousness, down into the deep, slow wave sleep, where the body's most intensive repair occurs, up into the REM states where dreams weave the day's experiences into the longer narrative of self, then cycling through these territories again and again through the night. Like Isis searching, sleep searches through the day's accumulation, deciding what to keep and what to release, what to integrate and what to let dissolve, what needs repair and how to accomplish it. The parallel is not merely poetic. It reflects something true about the nature of complex restorative work. It cannot be rushed. It must attend to many different elements. It requires cycles of different kinds of attention. It works best when allowed to follow its own wisdom, rather than being forced into unnatural patterns. Isis could not simply snap her fingers and restore Osiris. She had to search, gather, perform the necessary rites with care and precision, allow the work to unfold in its proper sequence. Similarly, healing sleep cannot be forced, but must be allowed, trusted, given the time and conditions it needs to complete its essential work. This understanding shaped the Egyptian approach to sleep and dreams. Sleep was honored as sacred time, as participation in the restorative powers that Isis represented. Dreams were attended to as messages, as gifts from the realm where Isis worked her magic. The boundary between waking and sleeping was understood not as a hard division between real and unreal, but as a threshold between different modes of knowing, different kinds of work, different but equally valid ways of engaging with reality. And Isis, as the one who crossed the boundary between life and death, to restore Osiris, as the one who existed simultaneously in the visible world of physical protection and the invisible world of magical knowledge, was the perfect guide for this threshold territory. The hymns, sung at evening as day transitioned to night, often invoked Isis as protector through the dark hours. This was not merely about physical safety, though that mattered in a world where darkness brought genuine dangers. This was about the psychological safety needed to surrender to sleep, to release conscious control, to trust the restorative darkness. The hymns reminded listeners that Isis watches, that her vigilance does not sleep, even when humans must, that the work of protection and healing continues in the dark, just as it does in the light. One such hymn, preserved in fragmentary form, speaks of Isis as she who gathers the stars, who calls them by name, who knows their paths and purposes. This image beautifully captures her essential nature. The stars, scattered across the vast darkness of night, might seem random to casual observation, but to one who knows their names, who understands their movements, who has studied their patterns with devoted attention, the stars form a coherent order. They are not random, but arranged according to principles that careful observation can discern. And knowing their names, being able to identify each constellation, each significant star, gives power to navigate by them, to tell time by them, to use them for guidance when earthly landmarks are invisible in darkness. Isis gathering the stars, knowing their names, parallels Isis gathering the pieces of Osiris, knowing the true names of things. Both actions demonstrate the same principle. What seems scattered and chaotic to the uninformed eye reveals order to the patient observer who commits to understanding. And that order, once perceived, becomes available as a tool. Stars for navigation, names for healing, knowledge for protection. This is not magic in the sense of violating natural law, but magic in the deeper sense of working with natural law so skillfully that what seems impossible to the uninformed becomes achievable to the trained practitioner. As consciousness drifts towards sleep, this image offers particular comfort, the thoughts that scatter through the mind at day's end, the worries that seem to multiply in the dark, the concerns that feel overwhelming. These are like stars scattered across the night sky. They might seem chaotic, infinite, impossible to manage. But with Isis's example, with her patient practice of gathering and naming, they can be brought into order. Not by forcing them into artificial patterns, not by denying their reality, but by observing them with care, understanding their nature, calling them by their true names, rather than the fearful names anxiety assigns. This is the practical magic available to anyone. The magic of stepping back from overwhelming feeling to careful observation, of naming anxiety specifically rather than leaving them as vague dread, of recognizing patterns in what seems chaotic. of applying knowledge gained from past experience to current challenges. These are Isis's skills made accessible, her divine powers translated into human scale. She gathered pieces across all Egypt. We gather scattered thoughts across the landscape of our own minds. She knew the secret names. We learn to name our experiences accurately. She performed the necessary rites. We practice the disciplines that support healing and restoration. The Egyptian concept of Heka, the word usually translated as magic, helps clarify this. Heka was understood as a fundamental force of the cosmos, the power by which reality is shaped and maintained. It was not separate from or opposed to nature, but was rather the active principle within nature, the intelligence that guides processes toward completion, the coherence that prevents existence from dissolving into meaningless chaos. And every person possessed Heka in some measure, not the full divine Heka that Isis commanded, but genuine power nonetheless. The ability to influence reality through word and action, through knowledge and will, through practice and intention. To practice Heka was to align one's own will with the deeper patterns of reality, to work with the currents rather than against them, to apply knowledge of how things actually work, rather than how one might wish they worked. Isis was the supreme practitioner of Heka, the one who knew reality structures so thoroughly that she could work with them to achieve what seemed miraculous, restoring life, protecting the vulnerable, defeating threats, gathering what had been scattered into wholeness. But her practice demonstrated that Heka operated through principles that could be learned, through knowledge that could be acquired, through skills that could be developed by anyone willing to commit to the patient work of mastery. This democratization of magic, this insistence that Isis's powers were not entirely beyond human reach, gave her worship its particular character. While some deities were worshipped from a distance, awesome and unapproachable, Isis was invoked as helper, as teacher, as one whose powers could be accessed by devoted practitioners. The formulas written on amulets, the spells recorded in papyri, the rituals performed at her temples, all assumed that Isis magic could be called upon, that her protection could be extended to ordinary people facing ordinary dangers, that her skills could be partially learned and practiced by those who studied under her patronage. This accessibility made Isis especially beloved by those whose lives were most precarious: women in childbirth, children vulnerable to illness, travelers facing dangerous journeys, the poor who lacked other forms of protection. Isis offered what wealth and power could not guarantee: the possibility that devoted attention to the right practices could protect against danger, that knowledge skillfully applied could heal sickness, that patient effort could overcome obstacles, that loss did not have to be final. These were not empty promises, but principles demonstrated in her myth and confirmed by the practical effectiveness of the healing and protective practices associated with her cult. The progression of Isis's mythology, from her own emergence as goddess through her trials and eventual establishment of her son on the throne, models the progression of spiritual maturity. She begins with power, but must learn how to apply it under the worst possible circumstances. She faces devastating loss, but does not break under it. She endures long uncertainty and danger, but maintains her purpose. She must be simultaneously fierce in protection and gentle in nurturing. She must balance grief with hope, caution with courage, patience with decisive action. She must trust her knowledge while remaining open to new learning. She must work both independently and in relationship. She must maintain her own integrity while adapting to changing circumstances. This complex, demanding path resonates with anyone who has faced life's deeper challenges. Anyone who has lost what seemed essential and had to find a way forward. Anyone who has protected something or someone vulnerable through extended danger. Anyone who has worked to restore order after chaos. Anyone who has balanced multiple demands while maintaining core values. Isis's divinity does not distance her from these human experiences. Rather, her divine status affirms that these experiences and the strengths required to navigate them are sacred, are worthy of reverence, are essential to the cosmos's proper functioning. As the mind settles towards sleep, recognizing this parallel between Isis's journey and our own journeys through difficulty brings a particular peace. Because it suggests that the struggles we face are not merely personal problems or individual failings, but a participation in something larger, something that even the gods must navigate. The need to gather scattered pieces, to maintain protection through long watching, to trust in restoration when evidence suggests despair. These are not signs of weakness, but signs of engagement with reality's deep structure, with the eternal tension between order and chaos, between fragmentation and wholeness, between loss and restoration. And if Isis can navigate this tension successfully, can maintain devoted care through grief, can sustain protective vigilance through danger, can persist in restoration despite obstacles, then we can take courage from her example, can draw on the pattern she established, can invoke the powers she represents. Not by expecting her to solve our problems for us, but by following her method. Patient observation, careful naming, skilled practice, devoted attention, refusal to surrender to despair, commitment to the work of gathering and healing and protecting, no matter how long it takes or how difficult it becomes. The sleep that approaches now can be trusted as Isis's gift, as participation in the restorative powers she embodies. In sleep, the conscious mind releases its tight control. In sleep, the body's innate healing accelerates. In sleep, scattered experiences are gathered and integrated. In sleep, energy is restored for the next day's work. All of this happens without conscious effort, guided by wisdom deeper than individual understanding, following patterns established long before any individual existed. This is Heika at the biological level, the magic by which life maintains and restores itself, the intelligence woven into the body's very structure. To sleep peacefully is to trust this magic, to believe that the restorative forces are real and effective, to release control to processes that know their work better than the conscious mind can direct. And Isis, watching over the threshold between waking and sleeping, assures us that this trust is justified, that the darkness of sleep is not abandonment but protected space, that what seems like dissolution is actually the beginning of restoration. That morning will come, and consciousness will gather itself again, refreshed and renewed. The rhythm of daily sleep and waking mirrors the larger rhythm of Isis's story: fragmentation and gathering, scattering and restoration, death and renewal. Each night is a small death, a release of the day's identity, a dissolution of the organized self. Each morning is a small resurrection, a return of consciousness, a reformation of coherence. Over and over, day after day, this rhythm continues, demonstrating that the power of restoration is more fundamental than the power of dissolution, that gathering follows scattering as reliably as dawn follows darkness, This is the final gift of contemplating Isis's story as sleep approaches. The recognition that we are held by rhythms larger than ourselves, that the work of restoration continues whether we consciously participate or not, that the same powers that enabled Isis to gather Osiris's scattered body are the powers that gather our own scattered consciousness each morning, that restore our energy each night, that maintain the coherence of our very existence through cycles of activity and rest, engagement and release, waking and sleeping. We are, each of us, both the scattered Osiris and the searching Isis, both what is lost and what is found, both what fragments and what gathers the pieces back together. And in recognizing this, in settling into this rhythm, in trusting these ancient powers that pulse through reality as surely as blood pulses through the body, we can release into sleep with confidence. Isis watches. The restorative magic works. Morning will come, and we will wake, gathered again, restored again, ready again to engage with the day, to practice in our own measure the skills of care and protection and patient rebuilding that Isis demonstrates in divine measure. Rest now. Let the gathering begin. Trust the magic of restoration. Sleep. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. In the beginning, before we speak of thrones or temples, before we name the queen who guards the vows that hold the world together, we must understand what marriage meant to those who first told these stories. Marriage was not sentiment. It was not private feeling whispered in darkness. Marriage was the architecture of civilization itself, the binding agreement that turned chaos into order, strangers into family, and scattered individuals into a people with shared blood, shared name, shared destiny. To marry was to create law where there had been only desire. To marry was to transform the fleeting into the permanent, the hidden into the acknowledged, the whispered promise into a public bond that could not be undone without consequence. And in the Greek imagination, where every force of nature and every principle of existence took the shape of a god, marriage required a guardian, not merely a witness, but a protector, not merely a symbol, but a force. That guardian was Hera, queen of Olympus, keeper of vows, embodiment of legitimacy, and the steady, unyielding insistence that promises matter, that dignity cannot be discarded, and that the social fabric holding gods and mortals alike depends on boundaries that must not be crossed without cost. Hera's story is not the story of a woman defined only by her husband's failures, though that is how she is often remembered. Her story is the mythic history of commitment as a public force, of dignity as a form of power, and of boundaries as the invisible architecture that prevents a kingdom from collapsing into anarchy. She is the principle the Greeks took seriously, even when they found her inconvenient. She is the voice that reminds us that societies cannot be built on impulse alone, that desire without discipline destroys what it touches, and that every betrayal, no matter how private it seems, sends shockwaves through families, reputations, and the delicate web of trust that makes communal life possible. To understand Hera is to understand that the Greeks saw marriage not as a romantic ideal, but as a political necessity, a social contract, and a cosmic principle. And Hera, in all her complexity, in all her fierce protection and harsh enforcement, is that principle made divine. Let us begin where all beginnings must begin, with the throne, not the throne as a chair, though it is that too, but the throne as a concept, as a position of authority that carries with it expectations, responsibilities, and the weight of precedent. When Zeus claimed rulership over the cosmos after the fall of the Titans, after the long war that shook the foundations of existence, he did not claim it alone. Power, to be legitimate, requires more than strength. It requires acknowledgement. It requires structure. It requires the recognition that authority is not merely the ability to impose will, but the responsibility to maintain order. Zeus became king of the gods, but Hera became queen, and that distinction mattered. A king without a queen is a conqueror, a wielder of force, but not yet a ruler of a kingdom. A throne without a counterpart is a seat of power, but not yet a court. Hera's presence beside Zeus transformed Olympus from a gathering of victorious rebels into a realm with hierarchy, with protocol, with the beginnings of law. This is where Hera's authority takes root. Not in displays of raw power, though she possesses that too, but in her role as the living embodiment of legitimacy. She is the one who makes the court a court, and not merely a collection of powerful individuals. She is the one who insists that there are standards, that there are rules, that even gods must acknowledge boundaries and obligations. In the Greek mind, this was not tyranny. This was civilization. Without standards, power becomes arbitrary. Without obligations, relationships become transactional and temporary. Without boundaries, desire consumes everything, leaving nothing stable, nothing predictable, nothing safe. Hera's queenship is the mythic answer to the question, how do we prevent chaos from returning? How do we ensure that the world, having been ordered once, does not slide back into formless conflict? The answer is commitment. The answer is vows. The answer is the insistence that what is promised must be kept, that what is acknowledged must be honored, and that betrayal carries consequences not because gods are petty, but because the alternative is collapse. To the Greeks, marriage was alliance. It was the mechanism by which families extended their influence, secured their futures, and wove themselves into the larger fabric of society. A marriage connected bloodlines. It determined inheritance. It established who belonged and who did not, who could claim protection and who stood outside the circle of kinship. A wedding was a public event not because the Greeks were sentimental about love, though they understood love well enough, but because the community needed to witness the bond, to acknowledge it, to recognize that this union now existed and carried with it obligations and rights. A man and woman married, and in that moment they were no longer merely individuals. They were representatives of their families, participants in a network of alliances, and the foundation upon which the next generation would be built. If that foundation crumbled, everything built upon it became unstable. Children born outside of acknowledged unions had no clear place. Property disputed between rival claimants led to feuds. Promises broken without consequence taught everyone watching that vows meant nothing and that only force mattered. Hera, as the goddess of marriage, is the divine enforcement of this system. She is not merely present at weddings as a decorative figure. She is the principle that makes marriage binding. She is the force that insists a vow cannot be casually discarded. She is the guardian of the idea that commitment is not optional, that what is done publicly cannot be undone privately, and that those who enter into sacred bonds must honor them or face the wrath of the Queen of Heaven herself. This is why her mythology is filled with stories of punishment, of consequences, of stern and sometimes brutal enforcement. Not because she is cruel for cruelty's sake, but because in the Greek imagination, without enforcement, the entire structure collapses. A law that is never upheld is not a law. A boundary that is never defended is not a boundary. A vow that carries no consequences when broken is not a vow, but a pleasant fiction. And pleasant fictions do not hold kingdoms together. Consider the early days of Olympus, the days just after the cosmic war, when the Titans had been cast down into Tartarus, and the younger gods claimed dominion over earth, sea, and sky. This was a moment of transition, of newly established power that had not yet solidified into tradition. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades divided the cosmos among themselves, each taking a realm. Zeus claimed the sky and the position of supreme authority. Poseidon took the seas. Hades descended into the underworld. But authority, especially new authority, is fragile. It must prove itself. It must demonstrate that it can endure. The early Olympian order could easily have fractured into competing fiefdoms, into endless struggles for dominance, into the same cycles of betrayal and overthrow that had characterized the age of the Titans. What prevented this? What allowed the Olympian order to stabilize and endure? Part of the answer lies in roles and relationships, in the establishment of a structure where each god had a place, a function, a recognized position within the hierarchy. Hera's role in this stabilization is quiet but essential. She is not the god of war, not the god of the sea, not the god of prophecy or craft or wine. She is the queen, and her domain is the integrity of bonds, the maintenance of social order, and the insistence that power must be exercised within a framework of accountability. Zeus may command the lightning and speak with the voice of ultimate authority, but Hera represents the legitimacy that prevents authority from becoming mere tyranny. She is the reminder that even the king of the gods is bound by expectations, that even supreme power must acknowledge obligations, and that strength without honor is not rulership, but domination. In this sense, Hera is the counterbalance to Zeus, not his rival in the sense of seeking to overthrow him, but his complement in the sense of providing the structure that makes his rule sustainable. This is where the political dimension of their marriage becomes clear. The union of Zeus and Hera is not simply a love story, though it has elements of romance in some tellings. It is a cosmic partnership, a stabilizing force, the central relationship that models what the Greek world believed about marriage as a public institution. Zeus, with all his power, cannot rule alone without descending into chaos. Hera, with all her authority over marriage and social order, cannot enforce her standards without the backing of supreme power. Together they create a system. He provides the force, she provides the framework. He makes decisions, she insists on accountability. He represents the dynamic, sometimes reckless exercise of power. She represents the steady, uncompromising maintenance of boundaries. Their marriage is the mythic template for how authority and legitimacy must coexist if a kingdom is to endure. But here we encounter the tension that defines so much of Hera's mythology, the tension that makes her story resonate across centuries and cultures. Zeus, for all his position as king and husband, is a serial betrayer. His mythology is filled with affairs, with seductions, with children born outside his marriage to Hera. Some of these are goddesses, many are mortal women, some are willing participants. others are not. The stories vary in their details, but the pattern is consistent. Zeus sees, Zeus desires. Zeus takes. And each time the marriage vow he made to Hera is broken. Each time the public bond that should be sacred is treated as inconvenient. Each time Hera is faced with a choice: accept the humiliation or respond. Hera chooses to respond, and her responses are often harsh, sometimes cruel, sometimes directed at the wrong targets. She punishes the women Zeus seduces. She torments the children born of those unions. She plots against heroes favored by Zeus. She becomes, in many tellings, a figure of jealous rage, a wife consumed by bitterness, a goddess whose primary characteristic is her inability to tolerate her husband's infidelities. This is the version of Hera that has endured in popular imagination: the jealous queen, the angry wife, the goddess whose power is exercised almost exclusively in reaction to Zeus's betrayals. But this reading, while not entirely wrong, misses the deeper logic of her mythology. Hera is not simply jealous. She is defending a principle. She is insisting that vows matter, that public bonds cannot be privately violated without consequence, and that the social order depends on the recognition that commitments are binding. Why does Hera punish the women and children rather than Zeus himself? This is a question that has troubled readers for generations, and the answer lies partly in the structure of divine power and partly in the social realities the myths reflect. Zeus is the king of the gods. Direct confrontation with him risks open conflict, risks destabilizing the very order Hera is trying to protect. Moreover, in the Greek world, a wife's power over her husband was limited, especially when that husband held supreme authority. But a wife, and especially a queen, had considerable power over others. She could protect or punish those who threatened her position. She could make life difficult for rivals. She could ensure that illegitimate children faced obstacles and that their mothers suffered for their participation, willing or not, in the disruption of the legitimate bond. This is not justice in the modern sense. It is the exercise of available power within a constrained system. Hera punishes those she can reach, because she cannot always punish the one who most deserves it. But there is more to it than pragmatic power dynamics. Hera's punishments also function as public demonstrations. Every time she responds to one of Zeus's betrayals, she is sending a message. This is not acceptable. This will not be overlooked. This has consequences. She is refusing to normalize infidelity. She is refusing to let the court of Olympus treat her marriage as a mere formality. She is insisting, sometimes with terrifying force, that legitimacy matters, that the queen's position matters, that the vows made before gods and witnessed by the cosmos are not empty words. Her harshness becomes a form of enforcement, a reminder that boundaries exist and that crossing them brings suffering. In a world where gods set the tone for everything below them, Hera's insistence on consequences becomes a moral lesson. Betrayal is not cost-free. Dishonor spreads pain, and the social fabric tears when vows are treated as negotiable. Consider the mythology surrounding some of Zeus's most famous children born outside his marriage to Hera. Heracles, perhaps the greatest of Greek heroes, is the son of Zeus and the mortal woman Alcmene. His entire life is marked by Hera's opposition. She sends serpents to kill him in his cradle. She drives him to madness, causing him to murder his own wife and children. She makes his famous labors as difficult as possible, using her influence to create obstacles and complications. To modern readers, this can seem monstrous. Heracles is a hero, a protector of humanity, a figure of immense courage and strength. Why should he suffer for his father's actions? But in the logic of Hera's mythology, Heracles represents a threat to legitimacy. He is a living reminder of Zeus's betrayal. He is a son born outside the marriage, yet favored by Zeus, destined for greatness, and positioned to eclipse the legitimate children of Hera. His very existence is an insult to the sanctity of the marriage bond, and to Hera's position as queen and wife. Hera's opposition to Heracles is not personal hatred of an innocent child. It is the defense of a principle. If Zeus can father children outside the marriage, shower them with favor, and elevate them to greatness without consequence, then what meaning does marriage have? What authority does the queen retain? What message does it send to the world below? To mortals who look to the gods as models of behavior. Hera's actions, harsh as they are, function as a refusal to accept a new normal, where vows are optional and legitimacy is meaningless. She cannot prevent Zeus from having affairs. She cannot stop him from fathering children. But she can ensure that those children face obstacles, that they do not walk an easy path to glory, and that their existence is marked by the tension they create simply by being born. In this way, Hera maintains her position and her principles, even when she cannot fully control the situation. The same pattern appears with other children of Zeus's affairs. Dionysus, the god of wine and ecstasy, is born of Zeus and the mortal Semele. Hera tricks Semele into demanding that Zeus reveal himself in his true divine form, a request that results in Semele's incineration. The unborn Dionysus is saved by Zeus, sewn into his thigh, and later born from Zeus's body. But even after his birth, Dionysus faces Hera's wrath. She drives him to madness. She opposes his acceptance among the Olympians. She makes his path to divinity as difficult as possible. Again, the logic is the same. Dionysus is a child born outside the marriage, a living reminder of Zeus's infidelity, and a threat to the idea that legitimate unions produce legitimate heirs with legitimate claims to divine status. Hera's opposition is the enforcement mechanism that says this violation of the marriage bond will not be smoothly integrated into the social order. There will be resistance. There will be consequences. There will be suffering. But Hera's mythology is not only about punishment and opposition. She is also a protector, particularly of women who honor marriage and of communities that uphold legitimate unions. In various myths, she aids women in childbirth, blesses marriages, and supports those who remain faithful to their vows. She is invoked by brides and honored at weddings. She is the goddess to whom women pray for stable homes and legitimate children. This protective aspect of Hera's mythology is often overshadowed by the stories of her anger, but it is equally important. Hera represents the safety that comes from acknowledged bonds, the security that comes from social recognition, and the protection that comes from being part of a legitimate structure. A woman married with Hera's blessing is a woman whose children are recognized, whose status is secure, whose place in society is acknowledged. This is not a small thing in a world where illegitimacy could mean exclusion, where unacknowledged relationships could mean abandonment, and where women's security often depended on the stability of their marriages. Hera's protection is tied to her domain. She guards lawful marriage, which means she guards the women who participate in lawful marriage and the children born from it. She is the divine assurance that following the rules brings reward, that honoring vows brings safety, and that society will recognize and protect those who uphold its fundamental structures. This is why her anger at violations is so intense. She is not merely defending her own marriage, though she is doing that too. She is defending the entire concept of marriage as a sacred, binding institution. Every time Zeus betrays his vows, he undermines the very foundation Hera represents. Every child born outside the marriage threatens the principle that legitimate unions matter. Hera's responses, both protective and punitive, are her attempt to maintain the boundary between legitimate and illegitimate, between honored and dishonored, between the stable order she represents and the chaos that would result if desire alone determined the shape of society. The Greek world understood this tension. They knew that powerful men often took lovers, that bastard children existed, that marriages were sometimes political arrangements rather than love matches. But they also knew that without some structure, without some enforcement of vows and boundaries, society would collapse into endless feuds over inheritance, identity, and belonging. Hera's mythology gave divine weight to the idea that marriage mattered, that vows could not be casually broken, and that betrayal had consequences. She was the goddess who refused to let the culture slide into a casual acceptance of infidelity as normal and harmless. She was the force that insisted on standards, even when those standards were inconvenient, even when those standards conflicted with desire, even when those standards made life more complicated. This brings us to the question of dignity, which is central to understanding Hera's power and her appeal as a mythic figure. Hera is often described as majestic, regal, dignified. She carries herself with the bearing of a queen. She demands respect, not through pleading, but through presence. She does not beg Zeus to change. She does not accept humiliation as her lot. She responds to dishonor with force, with consequences, with the insistence that she will not be treated as disposable. In human terms, this makes her a symbol of self-respect, of the refusal to accept degradation, of the understanding that peace without dignity is not peace, but surrender. Dignity in Hera's mythology is not arrogance. It is the recognition of one's own worth and the refusal to allow others to diminish it. Hera knows her position. She is queen of Olympus, daughter of Kronos, sister and wife of Zeus, mother of gods, guardian of sacred vows. She will not be reduced to a footnote in her husband's adventures. She will not quietly tolerate being replaced, humiliated, or ignored. Her dignity demands acknowledgement, demands respect, and when those are not freely given, she takes action to secure them. This is what makes her mythologically powerful. She is not passive. She does not accept mistreatment as inevitable. She fights for her position, defends her boundaries, and insists that her role and her marriage be honored. In this sense, Hera becomes a mythic model for anyone who has ever had to defend their dignity against those who would undermine it. She represents the voice that says, "I will not be treated this way. I deserve better. My boundaries matter. My worth is not negotiable." This is a sleep-friendly lesson in the sense that it affirms the importance of self-respect as a foundation for peace. When we tolerate humiliation, when we allow boundaries to be crossed without response, we create internal chaos. We teach ourselves that our worth is conditional, that our needs are secondary, that our dignity can be sacrificed for the sake of avoiding conflict. Hera's mythology challenges this. It says that defending dignity is not aggression. It is necessary. It is the maintenance of self in the face of forces that would erase the self. The relationship between Hera and Zeus, then, becomes the central political marriage of the cosmos, both stabilizing and strained. It holds Olympus together precisely because it contains all the tensions that marriage contains. The balance between power and accountability, between freedom and obligation, between individual desire and communal good. Zeus represents the exercise of power, often impulsive, often driven by desire, often unconcerned with consequences. Hera represents accountability, the insistence that power must answer for itself, that actions have consequences, and that even the king must respect boundaries. Their conflicts are not simply domestic squabbles. They are cosmic dramas that explore fundamental questions about authority, legitimacy, and the limits of power. Zeus, in many ways, embodies the fantasy that power grants exemption from rules. He is king, so he takes what he wants. He is strongest, so he does not need to justify himself. He is supreme, so the standards that apply to others do not apply to him. This is the logic of unchecked power, the assumption that might makes right and that those at the top are beyond accountability. Hera is the mythic resistance to this logic. She insists that Zeus is not beyond accountability, that his power does not grant him the right to violate vows, and that even the king of the gods must face consequences for his actions. She cannot always enforce these consequences directly. She cannot overthrow him or force him to change. But she can make his betrayals costly. She can ensure that his affairs do not proceed smoothly. She can punish those who participate in undermining her marriage. She can remind him and the entire cosmos that vows matter and that the queen will not be silenced. This dynamic creates a marriage that is both functional and fraught. On one level, Hera and Zeus work together to maintain the Olympian order. They are the king and queen, the central authority figures, the ones who set the tone for divine society. Their marriage legitimizes the entire structure. It signals that Olympus is not just a collection of powerful beings, but a kingdom with hierarchy, with rules, with a royal couple at its center. But on another level, their marriage is a battlefield. It is the site of ongoing struggle over respect, fidelity, and the limits of power. Hera is constantly defending her position, constantly insisting on her rights, constantly reminding Zeus that his authority does not include the authority to humiliate her without consequence. Zeus, for his part, continues to act as though his desires override his obligations, though he also recognizes Hera's power and sometimes yields to her anger or negotiates with her when her opposition becomes too costly. The Greek audience watching these myths unfold would have recognized the dynamics. Marriages, especially among the powerful, were political arrangements as much as personal relationships. They were alliances that served larger purposes, maintaining peace, securing inheritance, stabilizing power. But they were also human relationships, subject to passion, jealousy, betrayal, and conflict. The marriage of Zeus and Hera mythologizes this tension. It shows that even the most important marriage, the one that holds the cosmos together, is not free from struggle. It shows that legitimacy must be defended, that dignity must be maintained, and that the balance between power and accountability is never permanently settled, but must be constantly negotiated. From the divine marriage, the myths branch out into the broader world of heroes and mortals. And here, Hera's influence becomes vast and complex. The heroic age of Greek mythology is filled with stories of great warriors, clever adventurers, and doomed protagonists. But these heroes do not exist in isolation. They are embedded in families, in communities, in networks of obligation and expectation. Their identities are shaped not only by their deeds, but by their parentage, their legitimacy, and their relationships to the divine. Hera, as guardian of marriage and legitimacy, has a natural interest in the heroic world. She favors those who honor vows and uphold social order. She opposes those who threaten legitimate structures, particularly the illegitimate children of Zeus, who are positioned to become great heroes. This is where Hera's mythology intersects with some of the most famous stories in Greek tradition. The voyage of the Argonauts, for example, is aided by Hera, who supports Jason in his quest for the Golden Fleece. Why? Because Jason, despite his flaws, represents a legitimate claim. He is the rightful heir to the throne of Iolcus, displaced by a usurper. Hera's support for Jason is consistent with her role as guardian of legitimate authority and proper order. She wants to see the rightful king restored, the usurper punished, and the social structure corrected. The quest becomes not just an adventure, but a mission to restore legitimacy, and Hera backs it for that reason. Conversely, Hera opposes the Trojans' side in the Trojan War, partly because of the judgment of Paris, the Trojan prince who declared Aphrodite the most beautiful goddess and thus slighted Hera, and partly because the Trojans represent a disruption to the Greek social order. The abduction of Helen, whether she went willingly or not, is a violation of marriage, a breaking of sacred bonds, and an insult to the institution Hera protects. The war itself becomes a mythic working out of the consequences of a betrayal. Hera supports the Greeks, aids their cause, and ensures that Troy, the city that harbored the violation of marriage, falls. The destruction of Troy is not just military victory, it is moral consequence. It is the enforcement of the principle that marriages cannot be violated, that vows cannot be broken, and that such actions bring ruin. Throughout the heroic age, Hera's presence is felt wherever questions of legitimacy and belonging arise. Who is recognized as a son? Who can claim inheritance? Who is favored by the gods? These are not abstract questions. They shape destinies. They determine who receives divine aid and who faces divine opposition. They influence whether a hero rises to glory or falls to ruin. Hera, as the goddess most concerned with legitimacy, is deeply involved in these determinations. She rewards those who honor her principles and punishes those who violate them. She supports heroes born of legitimate unions and opposes those born outside marriage, especially when they are favored by Zeus. This creates a moral atmosphere in the heroic age where pride is punished, promises are tested, and loyalty is rewarded. The myths repeatedly show that greatness alone is not enough. A hero must also navigate the social and divine expectations, must honor vows, must respect boundaries, and must recognize that power and favor can be withdrawn if the gods are offended. Hera is one of the primary enforcers of this moral atmosphere. She is the one who notices when pride becomes hubris, when a hero or mortal oversteps, when a vow is broken or a boundary crossed. Her opposition is often catastrophic for those who face it, a reminder that divine favor is conditional, and that even the greatest heroes must respect the principles that hold society together. But Hera's role is not only punitive. She also represents the stability that comes from honoring boundaries. Those who respect marriage, who uphold vows, who maintain proper relationships, can expect Hera's protection. The Greeks understood that a world without boundaries is a world of chaos, and Hera's insistence on standards provides the structure within which heroic deeds can occur. She is not anti-heroism. She is pro-order. She wants heroes to be great within a framework of legitimacy and respect. She opposes those whose greatness comes at the expense of that framework. This brings us back to the deeper symbolism of Hera's mythology. Self-respect as power. In a culture that often glorified strength, cleverness, and individual achievement, Hera represents a different kind of power. She represents the power that comes from knowing your worth, defending your boundaries, and refusing to accept humiliation. She does not win every conflict with Zeus. She does not prevent every affair or every illegitimate birth. But she never stops asserting her dignity. She never accepts degradation as normal. She never surrenders her position without a fight. This mythic lesson translates into a principle that applies far beyond ancient Greece. Self-respect is foundational to peace, both internal and external. When we know what we will not tolerate, when we defend our boundaries with clarity and consistency, we reduce ambiguity and conflict. Others know where they stand. They know what is acceptable and what is not. They know that crossing certain lines will bring consequences. This clarity creates stability. It allows relationships to function within known parameters. It prevents the slow erosion of respect that happens when boundaries are repeatedly crossed without response. Hera's mythology shows that defending boundaries is not aggression. It is maintenance. It is the work of preserving dignity in a world that often treats dignity as negotiable. When Hera punishes those who violate her marriage, she is not being irrationally jealous. She is defending a boundary that matters to her, that defines her role, and that holds her world together. When she insists that vows be honored, she is not being rigid. She is maintaining the structure that allows society to function. When she refuses to accept humiliation quietly, she is not being difficult. She is asserting her worth in the face of forces that would diminish it. For those listening to this story, as they drift towards sleep, Hera's lesson is both ancient and immediate. The world is held together not by force alone, but by promises kept, by boundaries respected, by dignity maintained. Power is not only the ability to dominate, but the ability to uphold standards when it would be easier to let them slide. True strength includes the strength to demand respect, to defend what is sacred, and to insist that relationships be built on more than impulse and desire. Hera, in all her mythic complexity, embodies this truth. She is the queen who refuses to be diminished, the wife who insists on accountability, the goddess who guards the vows that turn individuals into families, and families into civilizations. As the heroic age unfolds and eventually fades as the stories cycle through generations of mortals and gods, Hera remains constant. She is the steady presence, the unyielding principle, the voice that says, vows matter, dignity matters, legitimacy matters. The world may change, heroes may rise and fall, empires may flourish and crumble, but the need for commitment, for boundaries, for respect does not change. Hera's mythology endures because it speaks to something fundamental in human experience. The need for structure, for stability, for the assurance that promises mean something and that our worth will not be casually dismissed. In the end, Hera's power is not flashy. It does not announce itself with thunder or manifest in spectacular displays of force. It is quieter than that, steadier than that. It is the power of the boundary that holds, the vow that is kept, the dignity that is defended. It is the power that builds kingdoms and sustains them through generations. It is the power that turns chaos into order and ensures that order does not collapse back into chaos. It is the power of the queen who knows her worth and will not let the world forget it. And so, as you settle into rest, let Hera's story remind you of the strength that comes from self-respect, the peace that comes from clear boundaries, and the stability that comes from honoring commitments. Let her mythology be a gentle affirmation that you, too, have worth that deserves protection, that your boundaries matter, and that true power includes the power to maintain dignity in the face of forces that would undermine it. The world is held together by such power, by the countless small acts of defending what is right, of keeping promises, of insisting on respect. Hera is the mythic embodiment of these acts, the goddess who reminds us that civilization depends on more than strength. It depends on standards, on boundaries, on the quiet courage to uphold dignity when it would be easier to surrender. Sleep, now, knowing that the world, like Olympus, is held together not by force alone, but by the steady insistence that vows matter, that dignity matters, and that the boundaries we defend are the invisible architecture of peace. Hera's throne endures, not because she is the strongest, but because she is the one who will not be moved, the one who insists that the center hold, the one who guards the vows that make a kingdom more than a collection of power. In that steadiness, in that refusal to accept humiliation, in that defense of what is sacred, there is a kind of peace, the peace of knowing what you stand for, what you will protect, and what you will never surrender. Rest in that peace. Let it carry you gently into sleep, held by the ancient truth that dignity, defended with courage and clarity, is power enough to hold a world together. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Before heroes could raise their swords, and before kings could carve kingdoms from the wild, the earth had to feed people. This is the truth that begins every story worth remembering, though it is rarely the truth that gets celebrated in monuments or sung about in grand halls. The Greeks understood this. They knew that beneath all the thunder and warfare and clever scheming of their gods, there existed a quieter power, one that made every other power possible. This was the power of nourishment, of the slow and patient work that turns seeds into bread, that transforms uncertainty into rhythm, that allows a community to wake each morning with some assurance that today will not be the day everything collapses. This power had a name and a face and a story that explained how the world learned to be dependable. Her name was Demeter, and her history is the history of how survival became something more, how it became civilization, ritual, and the knowledge that even in loss, there can be return. Demeter did not arrive in myths as a warrior or a schemer. She did not carry lightning or weave prophecies that twisted fate into knots. Her presence was different, less like a storm and more like the ground itself, solid, constant, and so fundamental that it could be taken for granted until the moment it was gone. The ancient Greeks described her as the goddess who made growth predictable, who turned the wild chaos of nature into something human beings could work with, plan around, and trust. Before her influence, the world was abundant but unreliable. Food grew, but no one knew where or when. Seasons existed, but they had no clear boundaries, no dependable rhythm. Demeter brought order to this, not through commands or conquest, but through her very nature. She was the force that made the earth generous in a way that could be counted on, the presence that ensured seeds would sprout if planted with care, that rain would come in its time, that the work of patient hands would not be wasted. This was not flashy power. It did not announce itself with fire from the heavens or waves that swallowed cities. Demeter's influence was found in the small, daily certainties that people stopped noticing because they became so reliable. The way grain ripened in the fields at the same time each year. The way a handful of seeds could be trusted to multiply into enough food to last through the cold months. The way hunger could be solved, not by luck or chance, but by planning, by working the soil, by storing what was harvested and sharing it when times grew lean. These were the gifts Demeter offered, and they were the gifts that allowed everything else to follow. A person who knows where their next meal will come from has the freedom to think beyond mere survival. They can build, imagine, create. They can develop rituals and stories and relationships that extend beyond the immediate demands of hunger. Demeter made all of this possible, and she did it quietly, steadily, without demanding applause. The Greeks saw agriculture as more than a practical skill. It was a spiritual transformation, a moment when humanity chose to stop wandering and start trusting. To plant a seed is to believe in a future you cannot yet see. It is to invest effort into something that will not reward you for months. To accept that the work is long and the results are uncertain. And to do it anyway, because you believe the world will cooperate. This kind of faith is what separates a nomadic existence from a settled one. It is what allows villages to form, because villages require commitment. You cannot build a home and tend a field and develop relationships with neighbors if you expect to abandon everything when the weather turns. Agriculture is the decision to stay, and staying is the decision to trust that the earth will continue to provide if you meet it halfway. Demeter became the symbol of this transformation because she embodied the qualities that agriculture required. Patience, first and foremost. Crops do not rush. They grow according to their own timetable, indifferent to human urgency. Demeter represented the calm acceptance of this truth, the understanding that some things cannot be hurried, and that trying to force them only leads to failure. She also embodied care, the willingness to tend something over time, even when the results are not immediate. A farmer must weed, water, watch, and wait. They must protect their fields from pests and storms, adjust to changing conditions, and accept that no matter how much effort they put in, some harvests will fail. Demeter's mythology taught that this labor was sacred, that it was not drudgery, but a form of devotion, a way of participating in the rhythms of the world itself. As agriculture spread, so did the structures that depended on it. Villages grew into towns. Surplus grain allowed for trade, and trade brought people into contact with one another, creating networks of exchange and mutual dependence. Calendars developed because farmers needed to track planting and harvesting times, and those calendars became the backbone of communal life. Festivals were held at the turning of the seasons, rituals that honored the work just completed and prepared for the work ahead. These festivals were not just practical. They were a way of acknowledging that survival was a shared effort, that no one ate alone. Demeter's domain expanded to encompass all of this. She was not only the goddess of grain, but the goddess of the social fabric that grain made possible. She was the reason people could gather around a table and break bread together, confident that there would be more bread tomorrow. This sense of predictability was deeply calming to the Greek mind. The world, after all, was full of chaos. Wars erupted without warning. Diseases swept through communities. The sea swallowed ships, and earthquakes toppled buildings. But the harvest came every year. The seasons turned in their proper order. Demeter's influence was the one thing that could be relied upon, the steady heartbeat beneath all the noise. Her mythology reinforced this reliability. She was not a goddess of surprises or sudden reversals. She was a goddess of cycles, of patterns that repeated themselves generation after generation, offering a kind of comfort that no amount of wealth or power could provide. Knowing that winter would end and spring would return, that the fields would bloom again, and the granaries would fill. This knowledge allowed people to sleep at night. But Demeter's story was not only about crops and calendars. It was also about care, about the emotional and spiritual work of nourishment. Food is never just fuel. It is the way communities express love, the way they welcome strangers, the way they mark important moments and transitions. A meal shared is a bond created. Hospitality is impossible without the surplus that agriculture provides, and hospitality is what holds societies together when everything else threatens to pull them apart. Demeter became the patron of this sacred exchange. To feed someone is to acknowledge their worth, to say that their survival matters. To accept food from someone is to trust them, to lower your guard and believe they mean you no harm. Demeter's mythology elevated these acts from mere custom to divine principle. The shared table was her altar, and every meal was a small ritual of gratitude for the earth's generosity. The Greeks told stories of Demeter traveling among mortals, sometimes in disguise, testing the kindness of those she encountered. She rewarded those who offered her food and shelter without knowing who she was, and she withheld her blessings from those who turned her away. These stories reinforce the cultural value of generosity, the understanding that you never know when you might be entertaining someone important, and that even if you are not, the act of kindness is its own justification. Demeter's presence in these tales was gentle but firm. She did not demand worship or tribute. She simply asked that people remember what mattered most. That care is not a luxury to be offered only when convenient, but a necessity that makes life livable. This theme of care became even more central when the mythology moved into the story of Persephone. Demeter had a daughter, and this daughter was everything tender and full of potential in the world. Persephone was not yet fixed in any single role. She was the spring before it committed to summer, the bud before it opened, the promise that life would continue and grow into something beautiful. Demeter loved her daughter with a fierce and protective devotion, the kind of love that is always shadowed by fear, because what you love most is also what you are most vulnerable to losing. This bond between mother and daughter became the emotional core of Demeter's mythology, the moment when her story shifted from being about agriculture and entered the territory of the heart. The Greeks understood that love creates vulnerability. To care deeply is to open yourself to grief, because everything you love is temporary. Persephone was taken into the underworld, stolen away by Hades, the god who ruled the land of the dead. The details of this abduction vary depending on the version of the myth, but the essential truth remains the same. Persephone was gone, and Demeter did not know where she had gone, or if she would ever return. This disappearance was not a dramatic battlefield loss. it was quieter, more insidious. One moment Persephone was gathering flowers in a meadow, surrounded by light and life, and the next she was gone, swallowed by the earth itself, pulled into a realm where the living were not meant to follow. Demeter's grief was immediate and total. She did not rage or plot revenge, at least not at first. She simply searched. She wandered the earth, calling her daughter's name, looking in every valley and forest and hidden place, asking everyone she met if they had seen the girl with flowers in her hair. No one had answers. The other gods were silent, either unwilling to interfere in Hades' claim or indifferent to a mother's pain. Demeter's search became endless, a journey without destination, driven by the hope that if she just kept looking, if she refused to stop, she would eventually find her daughter and bring her home. As Demeter wandered, something began to change in the world. The Greeks saw this as the mythic explanation for why the earth's abundance was not constant, why there were times when the fields turned brown and the air grew cold, and nothing would grow no matter how much people prayed or worked. Demeter's grief was so profound that it became cosmic. Her attention, which had always been focused on making the earth bloom, turned inward. She stopped caring for the crops because she could not care for anything while her daughter was lost. The fields withered. The harvests failed. Famine spread across the land, not as punishment, but as the natural consequence of care withdrawn. Without Demeter's steady presence, the world reverted to uncertainty. Food became scarce. Communities that had grown comfortable with surplus suddenly faced hunger. The seasons lost their rhythm. This was the moment when the Greeks used Demeter's story to explore the relationship between love and the world's stability. In their mythology, the gods were not separate from nature. They were expressions of natural forces, and those forces responded to emotion as much as to physical law. Demeter's grief did not break the world out of spite. It broke the world because grief of that magnitude cannot be contained. When someone loses what they love most, they cannot simply continue as if nothing has changed. The work stops. The energy that once went into creation and nurturing turns inward, becomes a wound that will not close. Demeter's famine was the mythic version of this truth. When care is wounded, everything suffers. The famine forced the other gods to pay attention. What had been a private loss became a public crisis. People were starving. The natural order was collapsing. Even the gods, who did not depend on mortal agriculture, could see that something essential had been broken. Zeus, who often acted as the mediator among the gods, realized that Demeter would not relent until Persephone was returned. But Persephone was in the underworld, and the underworld had its own rules. Hades was not a villain in the Greek sense. He was the god of the dead, and his realm was necessary. Someone had to rule that dark and final place. The issue was not that Hades was evil, but that his claim on Persephone conflicted with Demeter's need for her daughter's return. The resolution came through negotiation, through a compromise that acknowledged both the validity of Demeter's grief and the structure of the cosmos. Persephone could return to the world above, but not permanently. She had eaten pomegranate seeds while in the underworld, and by the laws that govern such things, eating the food of the dead created a bond that could not be entirely severed. So a balance was struck. Persephone would spend part of the year with her mother, and part of the year with Hades in the land of the dead. When she was above, the world would bloom. Demeter's joy at her daughter's presence would make the earth generous again. When Persephone returned below, Demeter's sorrow would bring winter, a time of withdrawal and rest. This mythic explanation of the seasons was more than a just-so story. It was a way of understanding that loss and return are built into the structure of existence. The Greeks did not see winter as a failure or spring as a victory. They saw both as necessary parts of a cycle that allowed life to continue. Winter was the earth's rest, the time when energy was conserved and preparation was made for the next season of growth. Spring was the proof that nothing is lost forever. After the coldest and darkest months, warmth and color and abundance would return. Demeter and Persephone became the symbols of this cycle, their relationship a reminder that separation is not the same as erasure, that absence can be temporary, even when it feels permanent. This theme was deeply comforting to a culture that lived with constant loss. People died. Loved ones disappeared into illness or war or the simple passage of time. The Greeks had no illusions about mortality. They knew that death was inevitable and final, that the underworld was a place from which no one returned permanently. But the myth of Demeter and Persephone offered a different kind of hope. It said that even in the face of loss, patterns could persist. Even when something disappeared, its return was possible. Not the same return, perhaps, but a return nonetheless. Spring did not bring back the exact same flowers that had died in autumn, but it brought new flowers, and those new flowers were enough to make the world beautiful again. Demeter's wandering during her search for Persephone also became an important part of her mythology, particularly in how it shaped Greek values around hospitality and compassion. While she searched, Demeter appeared as an old woman, tired and grieving, seeking shelter and kindness from strangers. Most people, seeing only an old woman with no status or wealth, turned her away. But a few offered her food, a place to rest, a moment of warmth. These were the people Demeter remembered. She blessed them, taught them sacred rites, and made their lands fertile. The message was clear. How you treat those who are suffering, especially when they have nothing to offer you in return, reveals the quality of your character. Hospitality was not just good manners. It was a sacred duty, a recognition that anyone could fall into hardship, and that communities survive by caring for one another. This emphasis on kindness during loss became woven into Demeter's identity. She was not only the goddess of abundance, but the goddess of compassion in times of scarcity. She understood what it meant to suffer, to feel powerless, to wander without direction or hope. Her mythology taught that power is not only the ability to create or destroy, but the ability to endure, to continue caring, even when care seems futile. Demeter kept searching for Persephone even when it seemed hopeless. She did not give up. She did not harden her heart. She remained open to the possibility of return. And that openness was what eventually brought her daughter back. The Eleusinian mysteries grew out of this mythology, becoming one of the most important religious traditions in ancient Greece. These were secret rites, initiation ceremonies, held in honor of Demeter and Persephone. And very little is known about their exact content, because initiates were sworn to silence. What is known is that the mysteries offered participants a different relationship with death, a way of understanding mortality that reduced fear and offered comfort. The central promise of the mysteries was that life and death were not opposites, but parts of a larger whole, that descent and return were both necessary, and that the soul, like Persephone, could move between realms without being destroyed. This was a radical idea in a culture that generally saw death as a grim and final ending. The underworld was not a place of punishment for most people, but it was also not a place of joy. It was a shadowy existence, a pale echo of life. The mysteries, however, suggested that those who had been initiated into Demeter's secrets would have a different experience, that they would carry with them a knowledge that transformed death from an ending into a transition. The exact nature of this transformation was never publicly described, but its effects were visible. Initiates often reported a profound sense of peace, a reduction in the anxiety that comes from contemplating mortality. They felt held by something larger than themselves, reassured that the universe had a structure that included them even in death. Demeter's role in the mysteries was as the grieving mother who proves that love survives separation, and Persephone's role was as the living symbol that descent into darkness is not the end of the story. Together, they offered a mythic framework for understanding loss, not as something to be avoided or denied, but as something to be moved through with the faith that return is possible. This framework applied to more than just death. It applied to any experience of loss or transition. Relationships ended, homes were left behind, identities shifted, and yet people continued. They found new relationships, built new homes, discovered new versions of themselves. The cycle of Demeter and Persephone was a reminder that change is not destruction, that the self can survive its own transformations. The mysteries also reinforced the idea that some knowledge cannot be spoken, only experienced. The Greeks understood that not everything can be taught through words or explanations. Some truths have to be felt, encountered directly, in ways that bypass the intellect and settle into the body and the heart. The secrecy of the mysteries was not about exclusion or elitism. It was about preserving the integrity of an experience that could only work if it remained mysterious, if it retained its power to surprise and transform. People came to the mysteries seeking answers, and what they received was not information but presence, a ritual immersion into the story of loss and return that allowed them to carry that story inside themselves as a source of strength. Demeter's mythology, then, was not only about agriculture or the seasons or even motherhood. It was about the deep structures that allow life to continue in the face of inevitable loss. It was about patience, the willingness to wait for things that cannot be rushed. It was about care, the decision to keep nourishing what needs, nourishing even when the results are uncertain. It was about the knowledge that absence is not the same as annihilation, that the things we love can return in new forms, and that the world is held together not by force, but by the quiet, steady work of those who refuse to stop tending it. The Greeks contrasted Demeter's power with the more dramatic powers of other gods. Zeus hurled lightning and commanded the sky, making his presence known in thunder and storm. Poseidon shook the earth and raised waves that could destroy entire fleets. Athena appeared in flashes of strategic brilliance, turning the tide of battles with clever interventions. Ares embodied raw violence, the chaos and fury of war. Each of these gods had power that announced itself, that demanded attention, that could not be ignored. Demeter's power was different. It did not shout, it did not conquer, it simply sustained. It was there in every meal, every harvest, every moment, when hunger was satisfied and the fear of starvation receded. This was not lesser power. It was foundational power, the kind that makes all other achievements possible. Without Demeter, there could be no Athens, No Sparta, no Troy, no grand cities with their temples and theaters and monuments. Without reliable food, human beings remain trapped in the immediate struggle for survival, unable to build anything that lasts. Demeter gave humanity the gift of surplus, and surplus is what creates leisure, and leisure is what creates culture. The philosophers who pondered the nature of reality, the playwrights who explored the depths of human emotion, the architects who designed structures that still stand thousands of years later, all of them depended on the fact that someone, somewhere, was growing grain. Demeter was the invisible foundation beneath all visible accomplishments, the goddess who ensured that the work of civilization could continue. Her mythology also taught that this work is never finished. There is no final harvest that ends the need for planting. There is no ultimate spring that makes winter unnecessary. The cycle continues, season after season, generation after generation. Each year the fields must be prepared again, the seeds must be sown again, the waiting must be endured again. This could be seen as futile, a kind of eternal treadmill that goes nowhere. But Demeter's mythology reframed it as sacred. The repetition was not meaningless. It was the rhythm that made meaning possible. It was the structure that allowed people to orient themselves in time, to know where they were in the larger pattern, to trust that their efforts were part of something that would outlast them. Demeter herself never stopped working. Even when Persephone returned each spring, bringing joy and renewal, Demeter did not rest on that victory. She continued to tend the earth, to ensure that the crops grew, to maintain the delicate balance that kept famine at bay. Her devotion was constant. It did not waver based on mood or circumstance. This constancy was what made her trustworthy, what allowed mortals to build their lives around the assumption that the earth would continue to provide. In a world full of capricious gods who changed their minds on whims, who played games with mortal lives for their own amusement, Demeter stood apart. She was reliable. She did what she said she would do. She kept the world fed. This reliability extended to her relationship with mortals. Demeter was one of the few gods who seemed to genuinely care about human welfare, not because humans were entertaining or useful, but because nourishment was her nature. She could not help but care. It was as fundamental to her as lightning was to Zeus, or wisdom was to Athena. When people honored her with rituals and offerings, they were not trying to manipulate her into granting favors. They were expressing gratitude for what she had already given, acknowledging the debt that every person owes to the earth and to the cycles that sustain life. These rituals were moments of recognition, times when people stopped taking abundance for granted and remembered that it came from somewhere, that it required effort and patience, and a goddess who never stopped tending. The Greeks also saw Demeter as a counterbalance to the values embodied by gods like Zeus and Ares. Those gods represented power as dominance, as the ability to impose your will on others through strength or cunning. Demeter represented power as sustainability, as the ability to create conditions where life can flourish over time. Her power was not about winning, but about enduring. It was not about taking, but about giving. It was not about individual glory, but about collective survival. These values were less celebrated in the grand myths of heroism and conquest, but they were no less important. In fact, they were more important, because without them, all the heroism in the world would collapse into dust. Demeter's story also explored the relationship between control and surrender. agriculture requires both. A farmer controls the planting, the weeding, the irrigation, but they cannot control the weather, the insects, the diseases that might strike their crops. They must do their part and then surrender to forces beyond their influence, trusting that if they have done enough, the earth will respond. Demeter embodied this balance. She had power over growth, but she could not force growth to happen on a schedule that ignored natural law. She had to work with the earth, not against it, understanding that partnership is stronger than domination. This theme became especially poignant in the context of her grief over Persephone. Demeter could not control what had happened. She could not undo Persephone's abduction or force Hades to release her daughter without consequence. She had to work within the constraints of the cosmos, accepting that some losses cannot be prevented and some separations cannot be avoided. But she did not accept those losses passively. She grieved, she searched, she insisted that her pain mattered and that the world could not simply continue as if nothing had changed. Her grief was a form of resistance, a refusal to pretend that everything was fine when it was not. And that resistance, combined with her willingness to eventually accept a compromise, created a resolution that honored both her love and the structure of reality. The compromise itself, Persephone's divided time, became a model for how to live with loss that cannot be fully resolved. The Greeks understood that not every problem has a perfect solution. Sometimes the best you can do is find a balance that allows life to continue even when it is not the life you wanted. Demeter wanted her daughter back permanently. She did not get that, but she got her daughter back for part of the year, and that was enough to restore her will to care for the world. The myth suggests that healing does not require complete victory. It requires enough return, enough hope, enough presence to make the effort feel worthwhile. Demeter's joy at Persephone's return each spring was not diminished by the knowledge that autumn would bring another separation. The joy was real, the reunion was real, and the world bloomed in response to that reality. This acceptance of imperfection, of cycles that include both presence and absence, became one of Demeter's most important teachings. Life is not a straight line toward improvement. It is a series of returns and departures, gains and losses, blooming and withering. The goal is not to escape this cycle, but to find meaning within it, to appreciate the spring, even though winter is inevitable, to love even though love makes you vulnerable to grief. Demeter's mythology said that this is not only acceptable but sacred, that the rhythm itself is what makes life beautiful. A world of eternal spring would lose its sweetness because there would be no contrast, no relief, no sense of return after absence. The seasons teach appreciation. They teach that nothing is permanent, and that impermanence is not a flaw, but a feature. Demeter's temples were not the grandest in Greece. They were not built on the scale of Zeus's sanctuaries or decorated with the wealth of Athena's shrines. They were often simple, practical places, located near fields or in the heart of agricultural communities. People came to them not to witness spectacle, but to offer thanks, to ask for blessings on their crops, to participate in rituals that connected them to the cycles of the earth. These temples were places of quiet devotion, spaces where the ordinary work of feeding a community was elevated to the level of the sacred. The priests and priestesses who served Demeter were often farmers themselves, people who understood the rhythms of planting and harvesting from direct experience, who could speak to the goddess not as distant supplicants, but as partners in the work of sustaining life. The festivals held in Demeter's honor reflected this practicality. The Thesmophoria, for example, was a women's festival that celebrated fertility and the agricultural cycle. It was held in the autumn at the time of planting and involved rituals that were earthy and direct, focused on the regeneration of the land. Women carried piglets into underground chambers, allowed them to decompose, and then mixed the remains with seeds to be planted. This was not symbolic abstraction. It was literal participation in the process of decay and renewal, a recognition that death feeds life, that what is lost becomes the foundation for what comes next. The festival was women's work because women were seen as the keepers of this knowledge, the ones who understood that creation is often messy, painful, and cyclical. Other festivals celebrated the harvest itself, the moment when months of effort were rewarded with abundance. These were times of communal joy, when everyone who had contributed to the work, planting, tending, protecting, gathering, could share in the results. Food was distributed, not as charity, but as shared wealth, the product of collective labor. Demeter presided over these moments not as a distant deity, but as a presence felt in the weight of the grain, the taste of fresh bread, the knowledge that there would be enough to last through winter. Her blessings were tangible. They could be seen, touched, eaten. This made her real to people in a way that more abstract gods could never be. The mythology of Demeter also addressed the fear of scarcity, which was a constant presence in the ancient world. Even in times of abundance, people knew that famine was always a possibility. A drought, a plague of locusts, a flood. Any of these could destroy a harvest and plunge a community into hunger. Demeter's mythology did not promise that these disasters would never happen. It promised that if people honored the earth, worked with it rather than exploiting it, and shared what they had with those in need, they would be more likely to survive when hard times came. The goddess rewarded care and punished greed. She favored those who saw agriculture as a sacred trust, rather than a resource to be extracted without thought for the future. This balance between abundance and respect became central to how the Greeks understood their relationship with the land. They saw the earth as generous, but not infinite. It would give, but it needed to be tended. It required rest, rotation of crops, careful management of resources. Demeter's mythology reinforced these practical lessons by framing them as divine principles. To exhaust the soil was to offend the goddess. To hoard grain while others starved was to invite her wrath. To work the land with gratitude and care was to participate in her sacred work and receive her blessings in return. The story of Demeter and Persephone also spoke to the experience of parents watching their children grow and eventually leave. Persephone's descent into the underworld could be read as the moment when a child becomes an adult, when they move into a world their parents cannot follow, when they form relationships and identities that are separate from the family. Demeter's grief at this separation is the grief of every parent who must let go, who must accept that love does not mean possession, that their child is not theirs to keep, but theirs to raise and release. The compromise, Persephone's return for part of the year, reflects the way adult children often maintain connections with their families while also building independent lives. They come home for visits, for holidays, for moments of reunion, but they do not return to being children. They are changed by their time away, carrying experiences their parents will never fully understand. This reading of the myth adds another layer of meaning to Demeter's role as a goddess of care. Care, in this context, means knowing when to hold on and when to let go. It means accepting that the people you love will change, will move into territories you cannot enter, will suffer in ways you cannot prevent. Demeter's initial response to Persephone's absence, grief so profound it stopped the world, is the natural response to loss. But her eventual acceptance of the compromise is the mature response, the recognition that love has to adapt to reality, that insisting on total control or permanent presence is a form of denial that serves no one. The myth also explores the difference between being needed and being wanted. Demeter was needed by the world. Without her, crops failed and people starved. But she did not want to be needed in a way that erased her own desires and relationships. She wanted her daughter. She wanted connection and presence, not just the abstract satisfaction of fulfilling her cosmic role. The famine she allowed was a way of asserting that her personal grief mattered, that she was not just a function, but a being with her own needs. This assertion forced the other gods to see her as something more than the goddess who kept the world fed. It forced them to acknowledge her as a mother, a person, someone whose suffering could not be ignored just because it was inconvenient. This theme resonates deeply because it speaks to the experience of anyone who has ever felt taken for granted. Demeter's steady work, done season after season without complaint, became so reliable that the other gods stopped noticing it. They assumed the harvests would continue, that the earth would keep blooming, that Demeter would always be there, doing what she had always done. Her grief shattered that assumption. It revealed that care is not automatic, that it comes from someone who is choosing to give it, and that when that choice is withdrawn, everything falls apart. The world's dependence on Demeter became visible only when she stopped providing, when her absence revealed the shape of what she had been offering all along. The resolution of the myth with Persephone's return and the establishment of the seasonal cycle restored Demeter's willingness to care for the world. But it did not erase her grief. Every autumn, when Persephone returned to the underworld, Demeter's sorrow returned as well, and the world reflected that sorrow in the dying of the leaves and the cold of winter. This ongoing cycle meant that Demeter's grief was never fully resolved. It was managed, balanced, integrated into the structure of the year, but it remained. The myth suggests that some losses cannot be healed completely, that some sorrows become part of who you are. The goal is not to eliminate them, but to find a way to live with them, to let them coexist with joy and hope and the ongoing work of life. Winter in this framework is not a punishment or a failure. It is a necessary pause, a time when the earth rests and gathers strength for the next season of growth. Demeter's withdrawal during winter is not abandonment, but self-care, a recognition that constant productivity is not sustainable. Even goddesses need to grieve. Even the earth needs to stop blooming and retreat into itself for a while. This rhythm of effort and rest, of giving and withdrawing, became a model for human life as well. People cannot work without pause. They cannot care without also caring for themselves. They cannot give endlessly without being replenished. Demeter's mythology normalized rest, framed it as sacred rather than lazy, and suggested that the most sustainable form of power is the kind that knows its own limits. The Greeks also saw Demeter as a goddess of transformation, not in the flashy sense of sudden metamorphosis, but in the slow sense of growth and change over time. A seed transforming into a plant is a miracle, but it is a quiet one, happening underground, invisible until the moment the shoot breaks through the soil. Demeter presided over these hidden transformations, the ones that required patience and faith, and the willingness to trust. That work, done out of sight, still mattered. This made her a goddess of hope, not the desperate hope that demands immediate results, but the quiet hope that believes in eventual outcomes, that trusts the process even when the results are delayed. This kind of hope is what allows people to plant trees they will never see fully grown, to teach children lessons that will only matter decades later, to build infrastructure that will serve generations yet unborn. It is the hope that says your work does not have to benefit you directly in order to be worthwhile, that contributing to something larger than yourself is its own reward. Demeter's mythology celebrated this long view, this willingness to invest in futures that extend beyond individual lifetimes. Her work was never done because the cycle never ended, but that was not a burden. It was the point. The continuity itself was the victory. Demeter's relationship with mortals was also characterized by a certain humility, unusual among the Greek gods. She did not demand grand temples or elaborate sacrifices. She was content with simple offerings, grain, honey, the first fruits of the harvest. She appeared to mortals not as an imposing figure demanding worship, but as an old woman seeking kindness, testing whether people would care for someone who had nothing to offer in return. This humility reflected her values. She understood that true worth is not measured by status or power, but by the willingness to care, to share, to see the dignity in every person, regardless of their position. Her mythology taught that greatness is found in small acts of generosity, in the daily work of feeding and nurturing, in the quiet decision to treat others with compassion. The stories of Demeter rewarding those who showed her kindness were not just about divine favor. They were about the practical reality that communities survive by caring for one another. The families who welcomed Demeter during her wandering, who gave her food and shelter, without knowing she was a goddess, were families who had already cultivated the habits of generosity and hospitality. Those habits would serve them well in times of hardship, creating networks of mutual support that could weather crises. Demeter's blessings simply amplified what was already present, a community that valued care and shared resources. Her curses, likewise, fell on those who had already isolated themselves through greed and selfishness, who would suffer when hard times came because they had not built the relationships that sustained people through difficulty. The myth of Demeter, then, was both spiritual and practical. It explained the seasons and the agricultural cycle, but it also encoded survival strategies, cultural values, and psychological truths about loss and resilience. It was a story that operated on multiple levels simultaneously, offering comfort to those who grieved, guidance to those who farmed, reassurance to those who feared death, and a framework for understanding the rhythms of life. This multiplicity made it one of the most enduring and beloved myths in the Greek tradition, a story that spoke to fundamental human experiences in ways that felt both ancient and immediate. As the Greeks told and retold Demeter's story over centuries, it accumulated layers of meaning. Poets added details, philosophers interpreted symbols, priests developed rituals that brought the myth to life in communal practice. The core remained constant: a mother's love, a daughter's absence, the earth's response to grief, the promise of return. But the ways of understanding that core shifted and deepened with each generation. Demeter became more than a character in a story. She became a lens through which people could examine their own lives, their own losses, their own hopes for renewal. The Eleusinian mysteries, in particular, transformed Demeter's mythology from narrative into experience. Initiates did not just hear about Demeter's grief and Persephone's return. They enacted it, moved through it, felt it in their bodies and psyches in ways that ordinary storytelling could not accomplish. The mysteries created a ritual space where death could be confronted without terror, where the promise of return could be felt as more than abstract concept. This experiential dimension was crucial. It moved Demeter's story from the realm of explanation into the realm of transformation, allowing people to carry the myth inside themselves as lived knowledge rather than received wisdom. The secrecy of the mysteries also protected them from becoming routine or losing their power. Because initiates could not describe what they had experienced, each person who came to the mysteries came with fresh eyes, open to whatever the ritual would reveal. There was no script to memorize, no dogma to accept. There was only the journey through darkness and the promise of light, the descent and the return, the grief and the reunion. This kept the mysteries alive across centuries, each generation finding in them what they needed, each individual encountering the myth in the way that spoke most deeply to their own life and fears and longings. Demeter's mythology also addressed the question of meaning in the face of suffering. The ancient Greeks did not shy away from acknowledging that life involves pain. Their myths were full of tragedy, loss, and suffering that seemed arbitrary or unjust. But Demeter's story suggested that suffering is not meaningless if it is part of a larger pattern, if it serves a purpose or leads to transformation. Persephone's time in the underworld was not pointless. It created the seasons, taught both mother and daughter about separation and return, and established the mysteries that would comfort countless people in their own confrontations with mortality. The suffering was real, but it was not the end of the story. It was the middle, the necessary darkness that makes the return to light meaningful. This framework did not erase the pain of loss. Demeter's grief was genuine and profound, and the myth did not minimize it, but it placed that grief within a context that allowed for hope. The darkness of winter does not last forever. Persephone comes back. The earth blooms again. This cyclical return was Demeter's promise to the world. Not that suffering can be avoided, but that it can be survived. That absence can give way to presence. That the heart can open again after it has closed in self-protection. The myth also explored the relationship between individual experience and cosmic order. Demeter's personal grief became the world's winter. Her personal joy became the world's spring. This collapsed the distinction between private emotion and public reality, suggesting that the two are deeply intertwined. How we feel affects how we act, and how we act shapes the world around us. A community full of grieving people will produce less, create less, connect less. A community full of hopeful people will plant more, build more, risk more. Demeter's mythology made this dynamic visible by externalizing it, by showing what happens when care is withdrawn and what happens when care is restored. This externalization also validated the importance of emotional experience. In a culture that often celebrated stoicism and emotional control, Demeter's story said that grief matters, that it is not weakness, but a natural response to loss, that suppressing it does not make it go away, but only makes it leak out in other forms. Demeter did not hide her grief or pretend to be strong when she was shattered. She let the world see her pain. And that honesty was what eventually brought change. The myth suggests that being real about suffering is more powerful than pretending to be unaffected. That vulnerability can be a form of strength when it refuses to minimize what has been lost. At the same time, the myth celebrated Demeter's return to care after her grief was acknowledged. She did not remain frozen in sorrow. Once Persephone began returning each spring, Demeter resumed her work. She made the earth bloom again. She fed the world again. This return to function was not a betrayal of her grief, but a testament to her resilience. She could hold both her sorrow and her love for the world, could honor her daughter's absence while also celebrating her presence, could let winter be winter and spring be spring without collapsing into despair or denying the reality of loss. This balance between grief and function, between feeling and doing, became one of Demeter's most important teachings for those facing their own losses. The myth said that it is possible to continue living after loss, not by forgetting what was lost or pretending it did not matter, but by integrating the loss into a life that still has purpose and beauty and connection. Demeter's work did not erase her grief, but it gave her a reason to keep going, a way to channel her care and energy into something that mattered. The world needed her. That need did not invalidate her pain, but it did provide a structure that allowed her pain to coexist with meaning. The Greeks also used Demeter's mythology to explore the concept of sacred reciprocity. Humans gave to the earth labor, care, attention, respect, and the earth gave back food, stability, a livable world. This exchange was not transactional in the capitalist sense, where value is calculated and balanced. It was relational, an ongoing conversation between human effort and natural response. Demeter mediated this conversation, ensuring that the earth would be generous to those who approached it with proper reverence, and that it would withhold from those who treated it with contempt or greed. Her mythology taught that the relationship between humanity and the earth is not one of dominance but of partnership, and that partnerships thrive when both sides contribute. This principle of reciprocity extended to human relationships as well. Communities that shared their harvests, that cared for the vulnerable, that welcomed strangers and offered hospitality. These were the communities Demeter blessed. They were living in alignment with her values, treating others with the same care and generosity that she showed to the world. Communities that hoarded resources, that turned away those in need, that exploited the land without thought for its renewal. These were the communities that suffered when hard times came. They had broken the reciprocal bond, taken without giving, and the consequences were inevitable. Demeter's mythology was also a story about time, specifically about the difference between linear time and cyclical time. In linear time, events happen once and are gone forever. Loss is permanent. Death is final. There is no return. But in cyclical time, patterns repeat. What is lost comes back in new forms. Death is followed by rebirth. Winter is followed by spring. Demeter's story taught the Greeks to think in cyclical terms, to see their lives as part of larger patterns that extended beyond individual existence. This perspective was deeply comforting because it meant that endings were not absolute. They were transitions, moments in an ongoing cycle that would continue whether any single person was there to witness it or not. This cyclical understanding of time also changed how people thought about their own deaths. In a purely linear framework, death is the ultimate ending, the moment when your story stops. But in a cyclical framework, death is a return to the earth, a transformation that feeds future life. your body becomes soil, and that soil grows crops, and those crops feed others, and life continues. You become part of the cycle that Demeter oversees, contributing to the ongoing work of nourishment, even after your conscious existence ends. This was the comfort the Eleusinian mysteries offered. Not personal immortality, but continuity. The knowledge that you were part of something larger than yourself that would persist after you were gone. The myth of Demeter and Persephone also addressed the tension between change and stability. The world needed to change. Seasons had to turn, crops had to grow, life had to continue evolving. But people also needed stability, predictable patterns they could depend on. Demeter provided both. The cycle of the seasons was change, but it was predictable change, change that followed a pattern and could be anticipated. This combination of change and stability was the sweet spot that allowed civilization to flourish. Too much change and people could not plan. Too much stability and life would stagnate. Demeter's mythology encoded this balance, showing how transformation and reliability could coexist. The Greeks honored Demeter with rituals that mirrored this balance. The annual festivals marked the turning of the seasons, acknowledging change while also celebrating continuity. Each year the Thesmophoria was held. Each year the harvest festival took place. Each year the mysteries initiated new members. The rituals changed in their participants in specific circumstances, but their form remained constant. This created a sense of being held by tradition even as life moved forward, of being connected to those who had performed these same rituals generations earlier, and those who would perform them generations hence. Demeter's story also spoke to the experience of exile and homesickness, themes that resonated deeply in a Greek world, where colonization, trade, and war often separated people from their birthplaces. Persephone's time in the underworld was a kind of exile, a forced separation from everything familiar. Demeter's wandering in search of her daughter was another form of exile, a rootless existence without home or comfort. The myth acknowledged the pain of these separations, while also suggesting that return was possible, that exile did not have to be permanent. This was particularly meaningful for Greeks who had left their homes to settle in distant colonies or who had been displaced by conflict. Demeter's mythology promised that separation from home was survivable, that identity could persist even in foreign lands, and that the longing for return was valid and might one day be fulfilled. The practical dimensions of Demeter's worship were as important as the mythological and ritual dimensions. Farmers prayed to her before planting and after harvest. They left offerings at her shrines, grain, wine, honey, as expressions of gratitude and requests for continued blessings. These were not abstract theological exercises. They were acknowledgments of real dependence, recognition that human survival relied on forces beyond human control. By honoring Demeter, farmers were participating in the sacred reciprocity she represented, giving back to the earth in symbolic form as thanks for what the earth provided. The grain itself became sacred in Demeter's worship. It was not just food, but the physical manifestation of her care, the proof that the earth could be trusted to provide. Bread made from grain became a sacramental substance in many of her rituals, consumed as a way of taking the goddess's blessings into the body. This was a direct, embodied form of worship that bypassed intellectual belief and operated at the level of immediate physical experience. To eat bread blessed by Demeter was to participate in the cycle of nourishment she oversaw, to make oneself part of the pattern of growth and sustenance and care. Demeter's mythology also explored the relationship between power and vulnerability. She was a powerful goddess, capable of making the world bloom or withholding that bloom entirely. But she was also vulnerable to grief, to loss, to the pain of separation from her daughter. This combination of power and vulnerability made her relatable in ways that more invincible gods were not. People could see themselves in her, could recognize their own experiences of being strong in some areas while utterly helpless in others. The myth suggested that vulnerability does not negate power, that it is possible to be both capable and wounded, to have influence over some things while being powerless over others. This theme became especially important in the context of motherhood, which Demeter represented in its fullest complexity. Mothers are powerful figures in their children's lives, shaping them, protecting them, providing for them. But mothers are also vulnerable to their children's suffering, helpless to prevent every hurt, forced to watch as their children move into dangers they cannot shield them from. Demeter's grief over Persephone was the grief of every mother who has ever felt powerless to protect her child, and her eventual acceptance of Persephone's divided life was the acceptance every mother must come to, that children grow up, that they will make choices their mothers would not make, that love means letting them go, even when it hurts. The myth also addressed the question of what makes a life worth living. For Demeter, life was worth living because of her relationship with Persephone and because of her work making the earth fruitful. When Persephone was gone, neither of these things felt meaningful anymore. The work continued only because the cycle eventually brought her daughter back. This suggested that meaning comes from connection and purpose, from having people we love and work that matters, and that when those things are taken away, even the most powerful existence can feel empty. The myth validated this experience, acknowledging that loss can strip life of meaning, and that finding the will to continue requires either the return of what was lost or the discovery of new sources of meaning. Demeter's eventual acceptance of the compromise that brought Persephone back part-time was a form of finding new meaning. She could not have her daughter all the time, but she could have her some of the time. And that partial presence was enough to make the work feel worthwhile again. The myth suggests that meaning does not have to be perfect or complete to sustain life, that partial solutions and imperfect returns can be enough if we allow them to be enough, if we do not insist that life meet all our needs all the time in order to be worth living. The Greeks saw Demeter as a goddess who taught by example rather than by command. She did not issue decrees about how mortals should live. She simply lived her own story, and that story contained lessons for those who paid attention. Her patience with the agricultural cycle taught patience. Her grief over Persephone taught that love is worth the risk of loss. Her return to work after compromise taught resilience. Her hospitality during her wandering taught compassion. Her steady care for the earth taught devotion. These were not abstract principles, but lived realities, demonstrated through her actions and choices. This approach to teaching made Demeter's mythology particularly effective as a cultural force. People learned not by being told what to do, but by seeing what happened when certain values were embodied and certain choices were made. They learned from Demeter's example that care is powerful, that grief deserves acknowledgement, that compromise is sometimes necessary, that work can be sacred, and that even gods need rest and renewal. These lessons were woven into the fabric of Greek culture, shaping how people thought about agriculture, family, loss, and the rhythms of life. Demeter's story also provided a framework for understanding the relationship between the individual and the community. She was both an individual with her own desires and grief, and a communal resource whose work sustained everyone. The tension between these roles created the dramatic core of her mythology. When her individual needs, her daughter's return, conflicted with her communal role, keeping the world fed, which took precedence, the myth's answer was that both mattered, that neither could be sacrificed without cost, and that resolution required finding a way to honor both. This was a sophisticated understanding of how communities function, acknowledging that individuals have legitimate needs that cannot always be subordinated to the collective good, and that communities must make space for individual grief and desire if they want to retain the loyalty and engagement of their members. The compromise that resolved Demeter's conflict, Persephone's divided time, was a communal solution to an individual problem. It required the gods to work together, to negotiate, to accept limits on their own desires in service of a larger stability. Zeus could not simply command Demeter to go back to work, nor could Hades be forced to give up Persephone entirely. Everyone had to give something. This model of resolution, through negotiation and shared sacrifice, became embedded in Greek political and social thinking, influencing how they understood conflict resolution in human contexts as well. The myth of Demeter and Persephone was also a story about identity and transformation. Persephone went into the underworld as a young maiden and emerged as someone different, someone who had seen death and darkness, someone who had spent half her life in a realm completely unlike the sunny meadows where she had gathered flowers. She was transformed by this experience, and the myth acknowledged that transformation without trying to erase it or minimize it. She could not return to being exactly who she had been before. She had changed, and that change was permanent, even though her presence in the upper world was not. This understanding of how experience shapes identity was profound. The Greeks knew that people are changed by what happens to them, that trauma and loss and even joy leave marks that do not fade. Persephone's story said that this is normal, that transformation is part of life, and that the people we love will not remain static. They will change, sometimes in ways we do not choose or approve of, and we must learn to love the person they become, not just the person they were. Demeter's acceptance of Persephone's divided life was also an acceptance of Persephone's transformation, a recognition that her daughter would never again be only the maiden who gathered flowers, but would also be the queen of the underworld, someone with knowledge and experience Demeter could never fully share. The myth also explored themes of consent and agency. Persephone's abduction raised questions about her own will in the matter. Different versions of the myth gave different weight to her agency, with some suggesting she was entirely unwilling and others hinting at a more ambiguous attraction to Hades and the realm he offered. But in all versions, the core truth remained that Demeter's grief was valid, regardless of Persephone's own feelings, because a mother's love does not depend on whether the child was taken by force or left by choice. The pain of separation is real either way. This complexity added depth to Demeter's mythology. It was not a simple story of good versus evil, of a villain who must be defeated and a victim who must be rescued. It was a story about relationships that shift, about people whose desires conflict, about situations where there is no perfect answer that makes everyone happy. Demeter wanted her daughter back. Persephone may have wanted to return, or she may have found meaning in her new role. Hades wanted his queen. The world needed Demeter's care. All of these needs were valid, and none could be fully satisfied without compromising others. The resolution honored all of them as much as possible, but it was still a compromise, still imperfect, still requiring everyone to accept something less than what they wanted. This acceptance of imperfection as a necessary part of resolution was one of Demeter's most mature teachings. The myth did not promise that everything would work out perfectly. It promised that things would work out well enough to allow life to continue, that partial solutions were better than total breakdown, that something was better than nothing. This was a realistic, pragmatic wisdom that served the Greeks well in their own lives, helping them navigate situations where perfect outcomes were impossible. And the best they could do was find a balance that minimized harm and preserved what was most essential. As centuries passed and Greek culture evolved, Demeter's mythology continued to resonate. New interpretations emerged, new rituals were developed, new communities found meaning in her story. She remained a constant presence in Greek religious life, honored in festivals large and small, invoked by farmers and philosophers alike, celebrated in poetry and represented in art. Her image, often shown holding grain or a torch, sometimes seated in sorrow, sometimes radiant with joy, became iconic, a visual shorthand for nourishment, motherhood, and the cyclical nature of life and loss. The Romans adopted Demeter as Ceres, maintaining many of the same associations and myths while adapting them to Roman cultural contexts. The continuity of her worship across cultures and centuries testified to the universality of the themes she embodied. Every agricultural society understood the importance of harvest and the fear of famine. Every parent understood the pain of separation from a child. Every person who had experienced loss understood the longing for return. Demeter's story spoke to these universal experiences in ways that transcended specific cultural boundaries, making her one of the most enduring figures in ancient mythology. Her legacy extended beyond religion and myth into practical agricultural knowledge. The rituals and festivals associated with Demeter encoded the agricultural calendar, marking the times for planting, tending, and harvesting. They preserved agricultural wisdom across generations, ensuring that communities maintained the knowledge necessary for survival. In this way, Demeter's worship was not separate from practical life, but deeply integrated with it, serving both spiritual and material needs simultaneously. The philosophical dimensions of Demeter's mythology also continued to develop. Thinkers explored the nature of cycles, the relationship between change and permanence, the meaning of suffering, the value of care. Demeter's story provided rich material for these explorations, offering a mythic framework that could support complex philosophical inquiry. The mysteries, in particular, attracted philosophical interest, with initiates including some of the most sophisticated thinkers in the ancient world. They saw in Demeter's story not just a religious narrative, but a profound meditation on existence, death, and what it means to be human in a world of constant change. In the quiet hours before sleep, when the mind seeks comfort and reassurance, Demeter's mythology offered exactly what was needed. It said that the world has structure, that the seasons turn in their proper order, that absence is temporary and return is possible. It said that grief is valid and care is sacred and patience is rewarded. It said that even in darkness, there is the promise of dawn. Even in winter, there is the promise of spring. Even in loss, there is the possibility of renewal. These were not empty platitudes, but truths demonstrated through the story of a goddess who had experienced them herself, who had grieved and endured and found her way back to hope. Demeter stood as proof that quiet power is real power, that the work of sustaining life is as important as the work of winning battles, that care is not weakness, but the foundation of everything that endures. Her mythology taught that the most reliable forces are often the least dramatic, that true strength is found in steadiness rather than spectacle, and that the mind rests easiest when it trusts the rhythms that hold the world together. The earth blooms each spring because Demeter makes it so. The harvest comes each autumn because she has not abandoned her work. The seasons continue their dance because she and her daughter have found a balance that honors both love and loss, both presence and absence, both the need for connection and the reality of separation. This is the complete history of Demeter, told not as a series of dramatic events, but as the steady unfolding of the most important story humans have ever needed to hear. That the world can be trusted, that care matters, that loss is not the end, and that the patient work of nourishment creates everything worth having. Her story resolves in the gentle knowledge that peace grows slowly, like grain rising from dark soil, like seasons turning without rush, like trust rebuilt one day at a time through the simple act of showing up again and again to do the work that makes life possible. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. In the beginning, there was no separation. The world existed as potential rather than place, formless energy waiting to take shape. The ancient Greeks understood their cosmos as something that slowly organized itself from chaos into distinct realms, each requiring its own kind of attention, its own form of governance. When the Great Division came, when Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades drew lots to determine who would rule which portion of existence, the outcome shaped not just divine responsibility, but the fundamental relationship between humanity and the world they inhabited. Zeus received the sky, Hades the underworld, and Poseidon the sea. To our modern minds, this might seem like an equal distribution, 3 brothers sharing 3 kingdoms. But the Greeks understood something more complex. These were not equivalent domains. Each carried its own particular burden, its own set of impossibilities. The sea became Poseidon's realm, and with it came a truth that would define his entire nature. The ocean is not like land. It cannot be marked with boundaries, cannot be divided into parcels, cannot be walked across with confident steps that leave lasting impressions. The sea is always moving, always changing, responsive to forces both visible and invisible: wind, moon, temperature, current, the rotating of the earth itself. To rule the sea is to rule something that refuses to be ruled in the ordinary sense. A king of land can build walls, plant flags, draw maps that remain accurate for generations. A king of the sea governs something that erases every mark, that responds to command only temporarily, that can gather into towering walls of water or spread into glass, flat calm, without consulting anyone's wishes. Poseidon's identity formed around this central contradiction. He possessed absolute authority over a domain that could never be fully controlled. He was a king whose kingdom was always in motion. The Greeks gave him the trident, that 3-pronged spear that became his symbol and his instrument It was not merely a weapon, but a tool of command, a way to strike the water and make it respond, to touch the earth and make it tremble. The trident represented his particular kind of power, not the lightning bolt's instant decisive strike, not the quiet inevitability of death, but something between. The power to stir what was calm, to shape what was fluid, to remind the solid world that it was not as permanent as it appeared. When Poseidon struck his trident against the ocean floor, waves rose. When he struck it against rock, springs burst forth, or the ground shook. The trident was the interface between divine will and a world that moved according to its own deep patterns. Patterns that could be influenced, but never fully dictated. From this foundation emerged the Greek understanding of their relationship with the sea. For a civilization that lived along coastlines, that depended on islands and trade routes, that sent ships across open water to bring back grain and stories. The ocean was not a backdrop, but a presence. The coastline marked a boundary between two different kinds of reality. Behind the shore lay everything humans had built. Fields divided into plots, houses with walls and roofs, roads that connected village to village, markets where exchange happened according to agreed rules, temples where rituals followed predictable patterns. Life on land was organized, structured, made sensible through repetition and planning. But beyond the shore lay something fundamentally different. The sea stretched away into distance and mystery, its surface giving no hint of what moved beneath, its moods shifting with weather that could not be commanded, its depths concealing creatures and landscapes no human eye had seen. To step onto a ship was to leave the realm of human control and enter Poseidon's territory, where different rules applied. The Greeks did not see this boundary as something to overcome or eliminate. They understood it as a permanent condition of existence, a fact to be lived with rather than solved. Poseidon became the god of that edge, the divine presence that governed the transition from safety to risk, from the known to the unpredictable. His realm was not evil or malicious, but it was profoundly other. It operated according to its own logic, its own rhythms, its own sense of proportion. A person could approach it with respect and preparation, could learn its patterns and read its signs, could develop the skills needed to move across its surface. But a person could never own it, never master it completely, never render it harmless through cleverness or strength. The ocean would always remain larger than any individual will, more powerful than any single ship, more enduring than any coastal city. This relationship shaped Greek culture in fundamental ways. They were not a people who turned their backs on the sea, who huddled inland and avoided its dangers. They were drawn to it, economically and imaginatively, even as they recognized its power to destroy. Poseidon's presence made that contradiction bearable by giving it meaning. The sea was not random chaos, but a governed realm. It had a personality, a set of preferences, a way of responding to human behavior. You could not eliminate risk, but you could approach risk correctly. Before a voyage, sailors made offerings at coastal temples, poured wine into the waves, spoke prayers that acknowledged Poseidon's authority. These were not magical attempts to control the weather, but psychological tools for managing uncertainty. By honoring the sea, sailors reminded themselves that they were entering a space where human pride meant nothing, where wealth and status provided no protection, where the only reliable stance was humility and attention. The rhythm of the sea entered Greek consciousness as a kind of teacher. Tides rose and fell with lunar regularity, creating patterns of access and closure along the shore. Seasons changed. The ocean's temperament. Summer brought calmer waters and reliable winds for trade, while winter turned the sea dangerous and travel scarce. These rhythms could not be hurried or altered. They imposed a structure on human activity that demanded adaptation rather than domination. Farmers learned to work with seasons of planting and harvest. Sailors learned to work with seasons of voyage and waiting. Poseidon's domain enforced patience. It taught the value of timing, of reading conditions, of knowing when to act and when to stay still. A community that lived beside the sea learned to distinguish confidence from foolishness. Confidence meant understanding your skills and the signs around you, choosing good conditions and preparing thoroughly. Foolishness meant ignoring warnings, departing in bad weather because you were impatient, believing that your previous successes guaranteed future safety. This education in humility extended beyond individual sailors to entire cities and kingdoms. Greek civilization flourished through maritime trade, through networks of exchange that connected mainland to island, Greek colony to Greek colony, Mediterranean port to Mediterranean port. Ships carried olive oil, wine, pottery, metalwork, grain, timber, slaves, mercenaries, news, philosophical ideas, religious practices, and technologies. The sea made this exchange possible. Without it, Greece would have been a collection of isolated agricultural communities, limited by whatever their local land could produce. Instead, the sea created a civilization of connection, where a city could specialize in what it did best and trade for what it lacked, where surplus in one region could compensate for shortage in another, where a potter in Athens could sell to a customer in Sicily, where a merchant could grow wealthy without owning any land at all. But every one of these exchanges depended on Poseidon's cooperation. Every ship that left harbor entered a space where human plans became provisional. A voyage that should have taken 3 days might take 10 if winds failed. A merchant carrying valuable cargo might lose everything to a sudden storm. A city that depended on imported grain might face starvation if winter came early and closed the shipping season before supplies arrived. The sea gave wealth and mobility, but it gave them conditionally, temporarily, with the implicit understanding that what was given could be taken back without warning or apology. Poseidon's gift was always double-sided. The same power that carried Greek ships to profitable markets could destroy those ships on the journey home. The same routes that spread Greek culture throughout the Mediterranean were routes that enemies could use to attack Greek cities. The sea was highway and barrier, opportunity and threat, blessing and test. The Greeks expressed this complexity through myth, through stories that gave human shape to patterns they observed. Poseidon appeared in these stories not as a villain, but as a force. Powerful, important, sometimes helpful, sometimes destructive, never entirely predictable. His temperament became a way of talking about the ocean's temperament. When sailors described Poseidon as angry, they were naming the experience of facing storm waves that towered higher than their ship's mast, wind that tore sails and snapped oars, cold water that swallowed men before they could cry out. When they described him as calm or generous, they were naming the experience of favorable winds that filled the sail perfectly, of dolphins swimming alongside the ship as good omens, of arriving safely in port after days of smooth travel. Poseidon's moods gave language to something that would otherwise remain mute and meaningless. The sea was not just water. It was Poseidon's realm, and it responded to his will, which meant it had intention even when that intention was impossible to predict. This mythic framework did more than explain natural phenomena. It created a spiritual posture for living beside power. If Poseidon was the sea's ruler, then approaching the sea correctly meant acknowledging his authority. It meant ritual offerings, yes, but more deeply, it meant an attitude, an internal recognition that you were operating in a domain where you were guest, not master. The sailor who poured wine into the waves before departure was performing an action, but also cultivating a mindset. He was reminding himself that the journey ahead depended on conditions beyond his control, that his skills and experience were valuable but not sufficient, that survival required not just competence, but also good fortune, which the Greeks understood as divine favor. This was not fatalism. Sailors worked hard, maintained their ships carefully, studied weather patterns, developed navigational skills passed down through generations. But they also understood that all their work could be undone by forces larger than themselves. And that wisdom meant accepting this without becoming paralyzed by it. Poseidon's influence extended beyond the ocean's surface into realms that seemed, at first, unconnected. He was called the Earth Shaker, the god whose power made the ground itself move. This association might seem strange. What does the sea have to do with earthquakes? But the Greeks lived in a tectonically active landscape where the connection was viscerally obvious. The same region that gave them access to the sea also gave them trembling earth, cracking walls, falling roofs, and the terrifying realization that the ground they stood on was not truly solid. Earthquakes were common enough in the Greek world to be a regular concern, yet unpredictable enough to remain mysterious. They struck without warning, sometimes causing minor damage, sometimes toppling entire cities. Unlike storms, which could be observed building on the horizon, earthquakes gave no advance signal. The earth simply moved. And if you were inside when it did, you might be crushed. If you were near the coast, the earthquake might pull the sea back in a strange retreat, then send it crashing forward as a wall of water that swept inland and destroyed everything in its path. The Greeks needed an explanation for this phenomenon, and Poseidon provided it. The earth shook because Poseidon struck it with his trident, or because he moved through underground chambers and caverns, or because his anger extended from sea to land, expressing itself through the ground's sudden violence. This explanation was not scientific in our sense, but it was psychologically useful. It gave earthquakes meaning, rather than leaving them as random horror. If Poseidon caused earthquakes, then earthquakes were connected to the same system of divine power that governed the sea. They were reminders of the same fundamental truth, that the world beneath human civilization was powerful, active, and beyond human control. Just as the sea could not be tamed, the earth could not be fully trusted. Both required respect, preparation, and the humility to build carefully in the knowledge that permanence was always provisional. This second domain, the earth itself, deepened Poseidon's role in Greek thought. He became the god of foundations, not just in water, but in stone and soil. The Earth Shaker was a title that made people nervous because it named a fear most tried to ignore, that the ground beneath cities and temples, farms and roads, was not as stable as daily life required them to assume. Most days, the earth held still. You walked on it, built on it, planted in it, buried your dead in it, and it supported all these activities reliably. But occasionally, without reason or warning, it moved. And when it moved, everything built upon it was revealed as fragile. Poseidon's presence in earthquakes was a reminder that human constructions, no matter how impressive, how expensive, how carefully engineered, existed by permission, not by right. The earth allowed them temporarily. It could withdraw that permission at any moment. This theme of impermanence shaped Greek philosophy and religious practice in subtle ways. If the ground could shake, if the sea could rise, if the foundations of life were always potentially unstable, then wisdom meant building with this instability in mind. It meant not investing everything in material structures that could be destroyed. It meant cultivating virtues and relationships and knowledge that could survive physical loss. It meant approaching success with gratitude rather than arrogance, recognizing that fortune could turn, not because you failed, but because the world itself was changeable. Poseidon, in this sense, was a theological check against hubris. He represented the forces that reminded humans of their scale, their limits, their dependence on conditions they could not dictate. The most famous expression of this role appeared in the myth of Poseidon's rivalry with Athena over the city that would become Athens. The story was framed as a contest. Both gods desired to be the patron deity of a newly founded city, and they agreed to let the citizens choose based on which god offered the better gift. Poseidon struck his trident against the Acropolis rock, and from the impact sprang a saltwater spring, or in some versions a horse, the gift of power, of raw strength, of dominance through force and mobility. Athena, in response, planted an olive tree, the gift of agriculture, of long-term prosperity, of patient cultivation and sustainable wealth. The citizens chose Athena's gift, and the city became Athens, devoted to wisdom and craft, rather than to military might and maritime conquest. This myth was not a simple tale of good versus evil, wisdom versus foolishness. It was a story about choices civilizations make, about what a community decides to center its identity around. Poseidon's gift was genuinely valuable. A saltwater spring was not drinkable, but it demonstrated power and connection to the sea. A horse was enormously useful for transportation, warfare, agriculture, communication. If Poseidon offered a horse, he was offering the animal that would dominate human military and economic life for thousands of years. His gift represented strength, expansion, the ability to move quickly and strike hard. It was the gift of a city that could project power across distances, that could trade aggressively, that could defend itself through intimidation and force. Athena's olive tree represented something different: slow growth, steady yield, accumulated value. An olive tree takes years to mature, but once established, it produces food and oil for generations. Olive oil was one of Greece's most important exports, a source of wealth that required no conquest, no risk of shipwreck, no dependence on winds and tides. The olive tree was the gift of a city that invested in its own land, that built wealth through patient development, that valued long-term stability over immediate dominance. The citizens of Athens chose this vision. They chose to define their city through wisdom, craft, philosophy, and democratic institutions, rather than through pure military or maritime power. But the myth does not diminish Poseidon in this choice. His loss does not make him weak or wrong. It makes him the god of a particular kind of power, necessary, valuable, but dangerous if it becomes the only value. Athens still needed the sea. The city became wealthy through its port, through its navy, through trade routes that connected it to the wider Mediterranean. Poseidon's gift was not rejected, but placed in context. The sea and the horse and the power they represented were tools Athens would use, but they would not define the city's soul. This was the lesson embedded in the myth. Power must serve wisdom, not replace it. Strength must be guided by judgment. The ability to dominate must be tempered by the understanding of when dominance is the wrong approach. Other cities made different choices. Coastal communities, fishing towns, and islands naturally aligned themselves more closely with Poseidon. Their economies depended on the sea. Their food came from nets and hooks. Their young men learned to read clouds and currents before they learned letters. In these places, Poseidon was not a rival to other gods, but the primary divine presence, the power that shaped daily life most directly. Temples to Poseidon stood on rocky promontories overlooking the water, places where sailors could see them from their ships and make quick prayers before heading into open ocean. Festivals honored him with sacrifices of bulls, offerings that were large and impressive because the sea's favor was worth the expense. Communities that depended on fishing or sea trade understood that Poseidon's goodwill was practical, not abstract. A season of calm seas meant full nets and safe returns. A season of storms meant death and hunger. The religious practice surrounding Poseidon was pragmatic in the way that all Greek religion was pragmatic. The gods were not distant abstractions, but active participants in the world. And interacting with them was a skill, like any other skill. You learned what each god valued, what offerings pleased them, what actions might offend them. With Poseidon, the key was respect, never boasting about your skill as a sailor, never treating the sea as if you owned it, never assuming that previous safe journeys guaranteed future ones. Sailors developed rituals that encoded this respect. They did not whistle on board, believing it challenged the wind. They poured libations before departure and after arrival. They watched for omens. Dolphins were favorable, indicating Poseidon's approval. Unusual birds or strange weather patterns might be warnings to delay. These practices were not superstition in the sense of believing in magic spells. They were psychological technologies for maintaining the right relationship with uncertainty. A sailor who performed his rituals correctly was a sailor who remembered he was entering a dangerous environment, who stayed alert rather than complacent, who paid attention to conditions rather than assuming everything would work out. The rituals were ways of saying, I acknowledge this is bigger than me, and I will act accordingly. This mindset kept people safer than arrogance would have. A confident sailor might push on through worsening weather, trusting his experience to see him through. A humble sailor might turn back or seek shelter, accepting the delay, because he recognized that the sea's power exceeded his ability to cope with it in all circumstances. Poseidon's connection to horses extended the same principle onto land. The Greeks saw horses as the terrestrial equivalent of waves, powerful, fast, beautiful, and difficult to control. A horse was not a machine, but a living creature with its own will, its own moods, its own capacity to decide whether to cooperate or resist. Riding a horse required partnership, not just command. You could train a horse, develop trust with it, learn its temperament and how to work with it, but you could never make it entirely predictable. A horse could bolt, could rear, could refuse to cross water, or walk past something that frightened it. Even the best trained horse remained fundamentally independent, requiring constant attention and respect from its rider. The Greeks attributed horses to Poseidon, because they saw the same quality in both. Contained wildness, power that could be directed, but never fully tamed. A ship harnessed the wind and waves to move across water. A horse harnessed speed and strength to move across land. Both were tools that empowered humans to go faster, farther, and with more force than their own bodies allowed. But both carried risk. A ship could sink, a rider could be thrown. The power that made them valuable also made them dangerous. Poseidon's association with horses was a reminder that all power works this way. The same strength that lets you achieve remarkable things will harm you if you handle it carelessly. The same speed that lets you escape danger can carry you into worse danger if you don't control it well. Greek heroes learned these lessons through direct experience, often painfully. The myths preserved stories of encounters with Poseidon that functioned as moral instruction, as case studies in how to navigate power and pride. Heroes were, by definition, individuals of exceptional ability, stronger, braver, more skilled than ordinary people. They won battles, completed impossible tasks, survived encounters with monsters and gods. This success could breed a dangerous confidence, a sense that the rules that applied to everyone else did not apply to them. Poseidon's role in many heroic myths was to teach that this belief was false. Strength on land did not guarantee safety at sea. Past victories did not ensure future ones. Even the greatest hero was subject to conditions he could not control. The long journey home after the Trojan War became, in Greek storytelling, a meditation on Poseidon's power to humble the proud. Heroes who had fought for 10 years, who had taken a famously fortified city through skill and cleverness, found that the sea voyage home was more dangerous than the war itself. Storms scattered fleets, driving ships off course, or sinking them entirely. Heroes who had commanded armies found themselves helpless on a raft, clinging to broken wood while waves tried to drag them under. The sea did not care about their reputations, their noble lineage, their past achievements. It treated them like any other sailors, as small, fragile beings attempting to cross a domain that was vastly more powerful than they were. These stories were not about Poseidon being cruel or vindictive for its own sake. They were about the consequences of specific actions and attitudes. A hero who offended Poseidon by failing to honor him properly, by boasting about his own prowess, by destroying something sacred to the sea god, faced harder journeys home. The difficulty was not random punishment, but the mythic representation of how carelessness and arrogance create worse outcomes. If you enter a dangerous environment without proper respect, you make mistakes, you miss warning signs, you take risks you shouldn't take, you assume favorable conditions will continue when you should be preparing for them to change. All of these errors compound, turning a manageable journey into a disaster. The heroes who survived these journeys learned humility in the deepest sense. Not humiliation, not broken spirit, but accurate self-assessment. They learned to measure themselves against reality rather than against their own wishes. They learned that some forces were bigger than individual will, that some situations required patience rather than action, that the ability to wait and watch was as important as the ability to strike and move. They learned that asking for help was not weakness, but wisdom, that honoring the gods was not superstition, but a way of reminding yourself to pay attention to what you could not control. These lessons transformed heroes from warriors into wise leaders, from men who solved problems through strength into men who understood when strength was the wrong tool. Poseidon's presence in these stories served Greek culture by providing a vocabulary for talking about something difficult, the relationship between individual agency and larger forces. The Greeks valued heroic action, celebrated brave deeds, honored those who stood against overwhelming odds. But they also recognized that individuals alone did not determine outcomes. The bravest warrior could die from a random spear thrust in the chaos of battle. The wisest planner could see his strategy ruined by weather or disease or the decisions of others. Success required both effort and fortune, both skill and favorable conditions. Poseidon represented the favorable conditions part of that equation, the external circumstances that had to align for human effort to succeed. He was the reminder that you could do everything right and still fail if conditions turned against you. And conversely, that success was never purely personal achievement, but always also a matter of luck, timing, and grace. This understanding shaped Greek ethics in important ways. If success depended partially on divine favor and external conditions, then successful people should not become arrogant. Their success might reflect their merit, but it also reflected good fortune. The wealthy merchant whose ships returned safely from every voyage should remember that those ships crossed Poseidon's realm, and what was given could be taken away. The powerful king whose fleet dominated the Mediterranean should remember that he ruled the ships, but not the sea itself, and that his power existed only as long as Poseidon allowed ships to sail. This perspective did not erase personal responsibility or diminish achievement, but it placed achievement in context. It created space for gratitude. You thank the gods for favorable conditions. And for humility, you recognize that your position could change through factors beyond your control. Conversely, this understanding offered dignity to those who faced hardship. If failure could come through bad fortune rather than personal flaw, then someone whose ship sank or whose business collapsed or whose city was struck by earthquake was not necessarily to blame. Sometimes people did everything correctly and still lost. This recognition created social obligations. Communities that survived should help those struck by disaster, because disaster could be random rather than deserved. Sailors who made it home should honor those who drowned, because the difference between survival and death might have been nothing more than which ship caught which wave. The myth of Poseidon as earthshaker and stormbringer was, in this sense, a myth about the limits of control and the need for compassion in a world where anyone might suddenly face catastrophe through no fault of their own. Greek cities learned to structure their relationship with the sea through careful custom and habit. Coastal communities developed expertise in reading weather, in timing voyages, in building ships suited to local conditions. They passed this knowledge down through generations, from master to apprentice, from father to son, from experienced crew to new sailors. The knowledge was practical and detailed. How to tell if wind would hold or shift. How to navigate by stars when landmarks disappeared. How to judge distance by the flight of seabirds. How to beach a ship safely. How to repair damage with limited resources. How to ration food and water for longer voyages than planned. This accumulated wisdom was the human response to Poseidon's domain. You could not make the sea safe, but you could learn to move through it more successfully. The ships themselves represented this learned expertise. Greek vessels evolved to handle Mediterranean conditions. The triremes, with their banks of oars that let them move even when wind failed. The merchant ships with wide hulls that carried maximum cargo with acceptable stability. The coastal boats designed to be pulled onto beaches rather than requiring deep harbors. Each design was a solution to specific challenges posed by the sea. The trireme's speed and maneuverability made it effective for warfare and communication, but it required large crews and carried little cargo. The merchant ship was slower but more economical, able to transport olive oil and grain in quantities that made trade profitable. Fishermen used smaller boats that could be handled by 1 or 2 people, that sat low in the water, and could approach shallow reefs where fish gathered. Building a ship was expensive and required specialized knowledge. How to choose timber, how to shape planks so they would fit tightly together, how to waterproof seams with pitch and wax, how to step a mast so it would support sail under stress, how to arrange oars for maximum efficiency. A ship represented community investment, the combined labor of woodcutters, carpenters, sailmakers, rope makers, and smiths. Launching a new ship was a ritual occasion, blessed with prayers to Poseidon and Athena both, acknowledging that the vessel would need both the sea god's favor and the wisdom to use it well. The ship was not just a tool, but a trust. The community's resources transformed into the vessel that would bring back wealth, or that might be lost forever on a voyage that failed. This investment shaped maritime culture toward careful risk assessment. Ship owners and captains were not reckless gamblers, but cautious professionals who made calculated decisions about when and how to sail. They studied seasonal patterns, knowing that summer months brought predictable winds, while winter brought storms that could destroy even well-built ships. They chose routes that stayed within sight of land when possible, that offered harbors and beaches where ships could shelter if weather turned bad. They sailed during daylight hours, when navigation was easier, pulling ships onto beaches each evening, rather than trying to navigate in darkness. They watched for signs of changing weather, and turned back, or sought shelter, rather than pushing forward when conditions deteriorated. These practices were not cowardice, but competence. The sea rewarded carefulness and punished haste. A captain who waited for good weather might complete his voyage later than planned, but he would complete it. A captain who departed in marginal conditions to avoid delay might save time or might lose everything: ship, cargo, crew, and his own life. Over time, the sea selected for caution, eliminating the reckless and preserving the patient. The successful sailors who lived long enough to teach the next generation were those who had learned when to wait, when to turn back, when to trust their judgment over their ambition. This selection process created a maritime culture built on proverbs and warnings. Experienced sailors told stories of disaster, of ships lost because someone ignored bad omens or departed despite warnings, of crews who drowned because their captain was overconfident. These stories were not entertainment, but education, ways of passing down hard-earned knowledge about what not to do. Young sailors learned that the sea punished certain mistakes absolutely. You could not fix them, could not apologize your way out of them, could not survive through determination alone. If your ship capsized far from land, you drowned, regardless of how much you wanted to live or how unfair your death seemed. The sea was not personal in its destruction, but it was thorough. This impersonal quality of Poseidon's power made him both easier and harder to understand than other gods. Easier because his realm's effects were observable and consistent. Waves behaved according to physical laws, storms followed weather patterns, tides responded to the moon's phases. You could study these patterns, learn to predict them with some accuracy, develop strategies for working with them. Harder, because the sea's complexity meant that predictions were never certain. Two storms might look similar but behave differently. One ship might survive conditions that sank another nearly identical vessel. The variables were too many, the interactions too complex, for any human to master completely. So while you could learn much about the sea, you could never learn enough to eliminate risk entirely. There was always residual uncertainty, always the possibility that something unexpected would happen, always the chance that this voyage would be the one that failed. Poseidon embodied this uncertainty. When sailors prayed to him, they were not asking for guarantees but for favor. A different kind of request. A guarantee would mean, make this voyage safe. Favor meant, be disposed kindly toward my attempt to cross your realm. The difference mattered. A guarantee would remove all risk and responsibility from the sailor. Favor acknowledged that the sailor still had to navigate well, still had to read conditions accurately, still had to handle the ship with skill. Divine favor did not replace human effort, but supplemented it, tipping uncertain outcomes toward success rather than failure. This made religious practice compatible with practical competence. The best sailors were those who both prayed earnestly and sailed skillfully, who honored the gods and also trimmed their sails correctly, who made offerings and also maintained their ships in good repair. The Greek religious sensibility understood that the gods helped those who helped themselves. Poseidon was more likely to favor a sailor who prepared carefully than one who departed with a leaking hull and rotten rigging, and then expected divine intervention to save him. The gods were powerful, but not obligated to rescue people from their own foolishness. Prayer was an act of respect and humility, not a substitute for competence. A proper offering acknowledged divine power and asked for favorable conditions, but it also implied that the person making the offering would do their part, would pay attention, would act appropriately, would not waste the favor if it was granted. This reciprocal relationship extended throughout Greek culture. Farmers who prayed for rain also planted their crops carefully, timed their sowing according to season, prepared their fields properly. Warriors who prayed for victory also trained rigorously, maintained their equipment, studied tactics. Merchants who prayed for successful trade also chose their markets wisely, built relationships with trustworthy partners, kept accurate accounts. The gods were not shortcuts around effort, but sources of blessing that made effort more likely to succeed. Poseidon's role fit this pattern perfectly. He governed a domain where human effort mattered enormously. Skilled sailors survived where unskilled ones drowned, but where conditions beyond human control also mattered. The prayers addressed the beyond human control part, asking that those conditions be favorable rather than hostile. The coastal temples to Poseidon became sites where this transaction occurred in formal public ways. Before a major voyage, a trading expedition, a military campaign, a colonization attempt, leaders made substantial offerings and sought divine approval through various forms of divination. Priests might examine the organs of sacrificed animals, looking for signs that indicated whether the gods favored the venture. They might interpret dreams, or observe bird flight or cast lots, all methods for trying to glimpse divine intention. These practices seem strange to modern minds, but they served important functions. They forced decision makers to pause and reflect before committing to dangerous action. They created moments where leaders had to articulate their plans clearly enough to present them to the gods, which meant thinking through those plans more carefully. They provided a socially acceptable way to delay or cancel ventures that felt wrong, even if the wrongness couldn't be logically explained. If the omens were bad, you could postpone without seeming cowardly. The practice also distributed responsibility. If you departed despite bad omens and the voyage failed, the failure reflected your judgment. You had gone against divine warning. If you departed after good omens and the voyage failed anyway, the failure was more ambiguous. You had done what was proper, sought approval, received it, and still faced disaster. This might indicate that some god had withdrawn favor during the voyage, possibly because of an action by you or your crew. Or it might simply indicate that even with divine favor, the sea remained dangerous. The ambiguity was built into the system. The gods were powerful, but not micromanaging. They set conditions, but they did not guarantee outcomes. Their favor improved your odds without eliminating all risk. This theology matched Greek experience of the world. Life was not deterministic. Identical actions did not always produce identical results. Two farmers working equally hard might have different harvests because rain fell differently on their fields. Two soldiers fighting equally bravely might face different fates because one encountered a more skilled opponent or because a shield strap broke at a crucial moment. Effort mattered, but so did luck, timing, and circumstance. The gods represented those elements of luck and circumstance, giving them personality and intention. When conditions favored you, the gods were well disposed. When conditions harmed you, the gods were angry or indifferent or testing you. This framework did not explain everything. It left room for mystery and uncertainty. But it made the world feel less purely random. It suggested that forces beyond human understanding were nevertheless involved in human affairs, paying attention even if their attention was not always favorable. Poseidon's attention was especially important for a civilization that depended so heavily on maritime activity. Every ship that sailed, every fish caught, every port built, every trade route established existed within his domain. The sea was not neutral space, but governed space, and the governing was not mechanical, following simple, predictable rules, but responsive and sometimes capricious. The Greeks lived with this by developing a complex relationship with Poseidon that balanced respect with practical action. They honored him in temples and festivals. They made offerings before voyages. They told stories about his power and his anger and his occasional generosity. But they also built better ships, studied weather more carefully, developed navigational techniques, created harbor infrastructure, and trained sailors rigorously. The religious and practical approaches were complementary, not contradictory. Together they represented the Greek answer to the challenge of living beside and depending upon something immensely powerful that could not be controlled. The festivals honoring Poseidon were particularly important in coastal cities and islands. These were not solemn affairs but celebrations, acknowledging that despite its dangers, the sea also brought prosperity and connection. A successful fishing season, a profitable trading year, a naval victory. All were occasions to thank Poseidon publicly. The festivals included sacrifices, processions, athletic competitions, and feasting. They brought communities together in shared recognition that their collective survival and prosperity depended on forces larger than any individual, and that maintaining good relations with those forces required communal effort and expense. The festivals were investments, but they were also expressions of genuine gratitude, and also simply enjoyable. A chance to celebrate being alive in a world that could have killed you, but hadn't. The athletic competitions at these festivals often included events connected to maritime skills, boat races, swimming contests, and competitions involving the handling of oars and equipment. These events were entertainment, but they also served as training and display of competence. Young men who excelled in boat racing might be recruited for naval crews or merchant vessels. The competitions identified talent and created reputation, establishing which individuals could be trusted with responsibility in maritime endeavors. The festivals thus combined religious observance, community celebration, practical training, and social organization into complex, multi-day events that reinforced the maritime identity of the community. Within these festivals, the figure of Poseidon served as a focal point for collective identity. To be part of a coastal community meant living in relationship with the sea, which meant living in relationship with Poseidon. The god was not distant or abstract, but present in daily life, in the sound of waves, in the salt smell of wind from the harbor, in the trembling ground when earthquakes struck, in the stories told by returning sailors, in the empty chairs at tables when ships failed to return. Poseidon was the name given to all of this, the personification that made it possible to address directly something that was otherwise too large and impersonal to grasp. You could not have a relationship with the ocean as a physical phenomenon, but you could have a relationship with Poseidon. You could speak to him, could offer him gifts, could ask for his favor, could blame him when things went wrong, could thank him when they went right. This personification served psychological needs, but also philosophical ones. The Greeks were deeply interested in questions about the nature of power, about how it should be used and what responsibilities came with it. Poseidon's character in myth became a way to explore these questions. His contests with other gods, with Athena over Athens, with Helios over Corinth, with Hera over Argos, were not just stories about divine competition, but allegories about different approaches to power and governance. What kind of power should a city align itself with? What gifts do different powers offer? What costs come with accepting those gifts? These questions were practical, not abstract. A city that defined itself primarily through military might, that invested heavily in its navy and used it to dominate trade routes and extract tribute from weaker neighbors, was aligning itself with Poseidonian values. A city that invested in crafts, philosophy, and democratic institutions was making a different choice. Neither choice was simply right or wrong. Athens, despite choosing Athena's gift, still became a major naval power. The city built the fleet that defeated the Persian invasion at Salamis, that created an empire across the Aegean, that projected Athenian power and culture throughout the Mediterranean. The navy required Poseidon's favor as much as any other fleet required it. But the navy served the city. It was not the essence of the city. Athens defined itself by the Parthenon, not by the shipyards, by the academy, not by the war galleys, by democratic assembly, not by naval commanders. The city honored Poseidon, but centered its identity elsewhere. This was the meaning of Athena's victory in the mythic contest. Not that sea power was worthless, but that it was not sufficient to be the core of what made a city great. Other communities made different choices and flourished differently. Island communities could not afford to see the sea as secondary. The ocean surrounded them, defined their boundaries, provided their food, connected them to the world. For islanders, Poseidon was not one god among many, but the overwhelming presence, the power that had to be negotiated with constantly. Island culture developed its own character, more conservative, more risk-averse, more focused on maintaining traditions that had proven to work. When your survival depends on successful voyages and safe harbors and predictable fishing grounds, you do not experiment casually with new approaches. You preserve what works, pass it down carefully, innovate only slowly and cautiously. This cultural conservatism was not backwardness, but appropriate adaptation to environment. Islanders lived more immediately with the consequences of error than mainland communities did. A failed harvest on the mainland meant hardship. A failed harvest plus failed fishing plus lost ships meant starvation. The stakes shaped behavior. The tension between mainland and island approaches to Poseidon reflected deeper tensions in Greek culture about progress versus tradition, innovation versus caution, ambition versus stability. Mainland. Cities could expand their influence, could experiment with new political systems, could take risks because they had more buffer against failure. Island communities had less room for error and therefore less tolerance for risk. Both approaches were valid responses to different circumstances. Poseidon's presence in both contexts, as the god who both enabled and constrained, helped Greeks understand that the same force could serve different functions depending on context. The sea that was highway to Athens was barrier to Crete. The storms that delayed Athenian fleets might destroy island fishing boats entirely. Power scales differently, and what is manageable challenge for the strong might be overwhelming disaster for the weak. This scaling insight appeared in many myths involving Poseidon. The god's anger or favor did not strike everyone equally. A hero with a strong ship and a skilled crew might survive a storm that Poseidon sent. Arriving battered, but alive. A fisherman in a small boat caught in the same storm would drown. Was this fair? The myths did not address fairness directly, but they acknowledged the reality that power affects people differently depending on their resources and position. Poseidon's storms were the same storms, same wind, same waves, but their impact varied enormously. This observation extended beyond maritime contexts. An earthquake might shake a well-built temple without destroying it while collapsing poorer structures nearby. The rich could afford better construction, could rebuild after disaster, could survive losses that would ruin the poor. Poseidon's power revealed these inequalities without creating them. The earth shook for everyone, but not everyone had the same ability to withstand shaking. Greek ethical thought struggled with this reality. If the gods did not protect the vulnerable, if divine power struck without regard to justice or merit, what did that mean for human responsibility? The answer that emerged was not that the gods were unjust, but that human communities had obligations the gods did not assume. The gods governed natural forces, storms, earthquakes, seasons, growth, death. These forces operated according to their own patterns, not according to human concepts of fairness. It was therefore up to humans to create fairness within human society, to build structures that protected the vulnerable, to share resources so that disaster to individuals did not become community-wide catastrophe. When an earthquake destroyed homes, the community rebuilt together. When a storm sank fishing boats, other fishermen shared their catch with the widows and orphans. When a merchant's ship was lost, his business partners helped him recover rather than abandoning him to poverty. These mutual aid practices were not purely altruistic. They were also pragmatic recognition that anyone might face disaster next. The sailor who shared his catch today might be the one who needed help tomorrow. The merchant who helped a partner rebuild might need similar help after his own future loss. The community that cared for earthquake victims maintained its cohesion and productive capacity better than a community that let victims fend for themselves. Poseidon's impersonal power created shared vulnerability, and shared vulnerability created social bonds. Everyone who lived beside the sea or on tectonically active land faced the same fundamental risks. This common exposure created solidarity that cut across other social divisions. Fishermen and merchants, aristocrats and laborers, citizens and foreigners, all faced the same ocean, and the ocean treated none of them with deference. This democratizing quality of Poseidon's domain was noted in Greek thought. The sea cared nothing for status or wealth. A king on a ship was just another person who could drown. A slave who learned to swim might survive when a wealthy passenger who never learned would die. The ocean stripped away social pretensions and revealed who had actual skills, actual knowledge, actual courage. This made maritime life both dangerous and oddly liberating. A person could rise through competence regardless of birth. A talented navigator from a poor family might command ships and grow wealthy. A well-born fool who insisted on his authority despite lacking skill would eventually be removed by the sea itself, either through death or through enough failures that no one would sail with him anymore. Poseidon's realm was meritocratic in the harsh sense. It rewarded genuine competence and punished incompetence regardless of credentials. This quality made the sea appealing to certain types of people, those who chafed under rigid social hierarchies, who wanted to be judged by results rather than ancestry, who valued freedom over security. Sailors and merchants often had independent, even rebellious temperaments. They had seen multiple cities and cultures, had learned that customs varied, had experienced directly that alternative ways of organizing life were possible. This exposure to diversity made them skeptical of claims that any particular social system was natural or divinely ordained. They had prayed to different gods in different ports, had done business with people who spoke different languages and followed different laws, had learned that commerce could occur across profound cultural differences as long as both parties wanted something the other had. This cosmopolitanism was both economic necessity and philosophical expansion. The sea mixed people and ideas together, creating hybridity and innovation, but also tension and conflict. Poseidon's role in this mixing was ambiguous. On one hand, his domain enabled the contact that produced cultural exchange. Ships carried not just cargo, but stories, techniques, religious practices, artistic styles, and philosophical concepts. Greek colonies scattered across the Mediterranean created networks of connection that spread Greek culture, but also modified it through contact with Egyptian, Persian, Phoenician, and other traditions. On the other hand, the sea also separated, maintaining boundaries between communities. Islands remained isolated enough to preserve distinct identities. Coastal cities could close their harbors, cutting themselves off from external influence when they chose. The sea connected, but it also protected, allowing communities to control the pace and degree of their engagement with the wider world. This dual nature, connecting and separating simultaneously, was characteristic of Poseidon's gifts. The sea was pathway and barrier. Horses were transport and weapon. Earthquakes were both destructive and, in some Greek understanding, regenerative, clearing away the old to make space for the new. Poseidon's power was never single purpose, never simply good or simply bad, but always complex, always requiring wisdom to engage with properly. This complexity made him a difficult god to honor correctly. What offerings did he want? What behaviors pleased him? What actions might anger him? The answers were not consistent across myths. Sometimes Poseidon appeared generous and helpful. Other times he seemed vengeful and destructive. Sometimes he responded to proper ritual. Other times, even correct offerings seemed insufficient to gain his favor. This unpredictability bothered some Greek philosophers, who wanted clearer rules for divine behavior. If the gods were supposed to be better than humans, more just and more wise, why did they sometimes seem capricious? Why did they punish people who had done nothing obviously wrong? Why did they help people who seemed undeserving? These questions pushed Greek thought toward more abstract conceptions of divinity, toward the idea that true divinity must be perfectly rational, perfectly just, perfectly good, nothing like the messy, inconsistent gods of traditional mythology. But most Greeks did not follow philosophy to these abstract conclusions. They lived with the messy gods because the messy gods reflected their experience of reality. The world was not perfectly just or rational. Good people suffered. Bad people prospered. Effort did not always lead to success. Competence did not guarantee survival. Poseidon, specifically, represented the world's responsiveness without predictability. The sea responded to weather, to season, to the positions of celestial bodies, to underwater forces and atmospheric pressures. All of these factors interacted in complex ways that produced patterns, but not certainty. You could learn that summer was generally calmer than winter, but then encounter a freak summer storm. You could learn the signs of approaching weather changes, but occasionally those signs would mislead you. The world responded to conditions, but the conditions were too complex to track completely. Poseidon's character captured this. He had reasons for what he did, but the reasons were not always visible or comprehensible to humans. He was not random, but from a human perspective, he might as well have been, because predicting his actions exceeded human capacity. Living with this kind of power required developing specific virtues: patience, attentiveness, humility, adaptability, and resilience. Patience, because some conditions simply had to be waited out. If the wind was wrong, you waited for it to change rather than trying to sail against it. Attentiveness, because subtle signs might indicate larger changes. A shift in wave patterns might warn of distant storms. A change in bird behavior might indicate land nearby. Humility, because overconfidence led to errors in judgment. Thinking you could handle conditions that were actually beyond your skill or your ship's capacity. Adaptability, because plans had to change when conditions changed. The route you intended might become impossible, requiring a different approach. Resilience, because setbacks were inevitable. Ships needed repairs. Voyages took longer than planned. Cargo was sometimes lost. Crew members sometimes died. These virtues were cultivated through practice and through the cultural transmission of stories and customs. Young sailors learned by watching experienced ones. by listening to their stories, by starting with easier tasks and gradually being given more responsibility. The learning was apprenticeship-based, practical and specific, rather than theoretical. You learned how to coil a rope properly by coiling ropes hundreds of times, not by studying rope coiling in abstract. You learned to read weather by watching it constantly, by seeing which cloud formations actually produced which conditions, by calibrating your judgment against reality repeatedly. You learned humility by facing situations that exceeded your current ability, by experiencing the fear of being on a small ship in a large storm, by surviving through luck as much as skill and recognizing the difference. This education produced a particular kind of person. Confident, but not arrogant. Skilled, but aware of skill's limits. Brave, but not reckless. Independent, but cooperative. The best sailors had all these qualities in balance. They were confident enough to take necessary risks, but humble enough to avoid unnecessary ones. They were skilled enough to handle difficult situations, but aware that some situations exceeded any person's ability to handle. They were brave enough to face danger, but not so brave that they sought it out foolishly. They were independent enough to make decisions quickly when needed, but cooperative enough to work effectively with crew members. Poseidon's domain selected for this balance. Those who lacked confidence never left harbor. Those who lacked humility eventually died. Those who lacked skill never advanced to positions of responsibility. Those who lacked cooperation found themselves without crew. The resulting maritime culture was distinctive and influential. Port cities developed cosmopolitan populations with relatively mobile social structures. Merchant families could rise to wealth and influence regardless of whether they had aristocratic lineage. Naval service could provide a path to citizenship for immigrants or freed slaves. Ideas and innovations spread quickly through trading networks as merchants brought back techniques and products from distant places. This dynamism made coastal cities important centers of economic growth and cultural development, but it also made them seem threatening to more traditional communities. The mobility and change that characterized maritime culture conflicted with values of stability, tradition, and fixed social hierarchy that prevailed inland. Poseidon thus became symbolically associated with change, mobility, and disruption, as well as with physical power. To honor Poseidon was, in a subtle way, to accept that the world was not static, that boundaries were permeable, that what seemed permanent might shift. The earth shaker shook not just ground, but assumptions. The god of the sea governed not just water, but the experience of traveling between worlds, of leaving home and returning transformed, of encountering otherness and being changed by it. Every voyage was a kind of death and rebirth. You left your familiar world, entered a space where normal rules did not apply, faced challenges that tested you, and if you survived, you returned different than you departed. The sea voyage was therefore a metaphor for transformation, for the dangerous passage that turns a youth into an adult, a merchant into a wealthy trader, a warrior into a hero. Greek culture used this metaphor extensively. Coming-of-age rituals often involved journeys or trials that symbolically took young people out of childhood and returned them as adults. Mystery religions used voyage imagery to describe spiritual transformation. The initiate crossed from ignorance to understanding, from separation to connection, from fear to peace. Philosophical education was described as a journey toward wisdom, with false beliefs as dangerous waters that could shipwreck the unwary. All of these metaphorical voyages invoked Poseidon's domain implicitly, using the sea's characteristics, danger, transformation, the necessity of guidance, the possibility of being lost, to structure understanding of non-maritime transformations. The durability of these metaphors suggests how deeply maritime experience shaped Greek consciousness. For a culture where many people had direct experience of sea travel, where families waited anxiously for ships to return, where entire communities depended on successful voyages, the ocean was not just scenery, but a fundamental reality. It shaped language, metaphor, value systems, religious practice, and social organization. Poseidon's presence in myth and cult preserved and transmitted this maritime consciousness, even to people who never boarded a ship, through stories and festivals, through temple visits and prayers, through hearing reports of voyages and disasters. Inland Greeks participated vicariously in maritime culture and absorbed its lessons about power, danger, humility, and change. These lessons remained relevant because they applied beyond literal seafaring. Anyone who undertook anything difficult or uncertain was, metaphorically, entering Poseidon's realm, starting a business, pursuing an education, attempting an artistic work, building a family, engaging in politics. All of these involved risk, required skills that could be learned but not perfected, depended partly on circumstances beyond control, and could end in failure despite best efforts. The virtues that served sailors well, patience, attentiveness, humility, adaptability, resilience, served anyone engaged in difficult undertakings. The mistakes that sank ships, arrogance, impatience, ignoring warning signs, overestimating your capacity, underestimating challenges, damaged other kinds of ventures, too. Poseidon's mythology thus operated on multiple levels simultaneously. On the surface, it explained natural phenomena, why the sea has storms, why the ground shakes, why horses are difficult to control. One level deeper, it prescribed proper attitudes and behaviors for literal sailors and coastal communities. Deeper still, it offered general wisdom about approaching power, managing risk, living with uncertainty, and maintaining humility in the face of forces larger than yourself. And at the deepest level, it suggested something about the nature of reality itself, that the world is powerful and often unpredictable, that human control is always limited, that wisdom consists of working skillfully within limits rather than denying they exist, and that some things are better honored than possessed. This final insight, that some things are better honored than possessed, captures the essential Greek attitude toward Poseidon. No one could possess the sea. It could be used, crossed, harvested, traveled upon, but never owned. Any attempt to treat it as a possession rather than an independent power would end in failure. The same applied to earthquakes. You could not prevent them, could not stop them once started, could only build carefully and hope. The same applied to horses. You could train them, could develop partnerships with them, but they remained living creatures with their own wills. And by extension, the same applied to any great power. You could interact with it, could seek to work alongside it, could try to understand its patterns and adapt to them. But you could not dominate it, could not reduce it to a tool that served your purposes without consideration or resistance. This understanding ran counter to later Western impulses toward mastery and control. The Greeks did not imagine that humans would one day master nature, would conquer the sea through perfect ships and perfect navigation, would prevent earthquakes through engineering, would reduce horses to machinery through perfect training. They assumed that nature would always remain more powerful than humanity, that the best humans could achieve was sustainable coexistence through skill and respect. This assumption limited their technological ambitions in some ways, but also prevented certain kinds of disasters. They did not overfish the seas to collapse, because they did not have the technology for industrial-scale fishing, but also because their worldview included the idea that the sea could be depleted, could withdraw its gifts if abused. They did not build cities in ways that ignored earthquake risk, because they could not imagine a building technology that made earthquakes irrelevant. They maintained some degree of harmony with their environment, not through virtue alone, but through the realistic assessment that the environment was powerful enough to enforce limits. Poseidon represented those limits. He was the divine no that prevented absolute human control. He was the reminder that civilization exists on terms partly set by nature, not purely by human choice. He was the earthquake that destroys the fortress, the storm that sinks the navy, the horse that throws the king. All instances where power that humans attempted to use or dominate suddenly reasserts its independence and reminds them who is actually stronger. These moments were terrifying, but also, in Greek understanding, necessary. They prevented the ultimate disaster, humans believing they had transcended nature entirely, that they could do anything without consequence, that there were no powers they needed to respect or accommodate. Modern life has largely eliminated this perspective. We do believe, functionally, that nature can be mastered, that engineering can solve any problem, that enough technology can eliminate risk. We build cities in earthquake zones and hurricane zones and flood zones, assuming that our construction techniques make us safe. We harvest the oceans with industrial efficiency, assuming that fish populations will sustain themselves despite unprecedented pressure. We alter climates, move rivers, level mountains, and generally treat the natural world as raw material to be reshaped according to human preferences. This approach has produced tremendous material prosperity and technological achievement, but it has also produced new vulnerabilities. We have created systems so complex that their failure modes are catastrophic and difficult to predict. We have damaged environmental systems in ways that will take centuries to heal. We have built dependencies on technologies that themselves depend on stable conditions we may not be able to maintain. Poseidon's ancient lesson remains relevant. Some things are bigger than you, and wisdom consists of recognizing this rather than denying it. The sea is still powerful. Earthquakes still occur. Nature still imposes limits, even if we have temporarily pushed those limits further out than the Greeks could. The question is not whether limits exist, but whether we recognize them in time to adapt before the consequences become overwhelming. The Greeks had Poseidon to remind them constantly that they lived beside power that exceeded theirs. We have eliminated most such reminders from our consciousness, preferring to focus on human capability and ignoring human limits. This makes us powerful, but also potentially reckless. We can do things the Greeks could not imagine, but we may lack the humility that kept them from certain kinds of catastrophic errors. The mythology of Poseidon, understood properly, is not primitive superstition, but sophisticated wisdom about how to live well in a world that contains forces beyond individual or collective control. The specific content that a god with a trident governs the sea is metaphorical, but the pattern is real. Reality does contain forces that are powerful, important, and not subject to human management. These forces can be studied, their patterns partially understood, their behavior sometimes predicted, but they cannot be eliminated or fully controlled. They remain, as Poseidon remained for the Greeks, powers to be respected, negotiated with, lived alongside carefully. The Greek solution was to personify these forces as gods, to build relationships with them through ritual and myth, to pass down hard-earned wisdom about how to interact with them successfully. Our solution is different. We study them scientifically, develop technologies to buffer ourselves against them, create institutions to manage the risks they pose. But the underlying challenge is the same: how to live well with power that exceeds yours. The answer the Greeks developed through Poseidon's mythology was multifaceted but coherent. First, acknowledge the power. Don't pretend it doesn't exist or that it's less than it is. The sea can kill you. Earthquakes can destroy cities. Horses can break your bones. These facts must be faced directly, not minimized or ignored. Second, study the power. Learn its patterns, understand its behavior as well as you can. Develop skills appropriate to working with it. The Greeks became expert sailors, not through divine guidance, but through accumulated practical knowledge passed down through generations. Third, respect the power. Don't approach it arrogantly. Don't assume previous success guarantees future success. Don't let confidence become carelessness. The sailor who stayed humble lived longer than the sailor who began to think himself invincible. Fourth, work with the power, not against it. You cannot sail directly into a strong wind, but you can tack at angles to make progress. You cannot prevent earthquakes, but you can build flexibly to survive them. You cannot make a horse obey through force alone, but you can train it through patience and partnership. Fifth, accept losses. Some ships will sink, some buildings will collapse, some riders will be thrown. These outcomes are not necessarily failures. They are features of engaging with power that remains partly beyond control. This acceptance of loss was perhaps the most difficult element for Greeks and remains difficult for modern people. We want guarantees, we want safety, we want efforts to produce predictable results. But Poseidon's mythology insisted that this desire cannot be fully satisfied. The ocean will sometimes take ships. The earth will sometimes shake. Disaster will sometimes strike despite proper preparation and correct behavior. This does not mean preparation is worthless. It greatly improves odds. But it does mean that improvement of odds is the most you can achieve. You cannot reduce risk to zero. The mythology served to make this tolerable by providing meaning. When disaster struck, it was not random, meaningless horror, but Poseidon's action. It had causes, even if those causes were not always visible or comprehensible. The victims were not forgotten, but were mourned in the context of a shared understanding that everyone who engaged with the sea faced similar risks. The survivors were not merely lucky but blessed, having received divine favor that they should acknowledge with gratitude and appropriate offerings. This framework for understanding disaster helped communities process grief and trauma without being destroyed by them. When ships were lost, families mourned, but they mourned within a structure that expected such losses and provided rituals for managing them. When earthquakes struck, cities rebuilt, but they rebuilt with the understanding that future earthquakes would come, and that rebuilding was part of living in that particular place. The mythology did not prevent pain, but it prevented meaninglessness. It offered stories that acknowledged danger, while also affirming that life could be lived well despite danger, that courage and skill and community mattered, even though they could not guarantee safety. The figure of Poseidon thus served ancient Greek society as a complex psychological, and social tool. He was not primarily an explanation for physical phenomena. The Greeks understood that they did not know why the sea had waves or why the ground sometimes shook. And Poseidon did not provide actual explanations, just personified labels for mysteries. His primary function was to structure the emotional and ethical relationship between humans and powerful nature. He was the face they gave to the sea so they could address it, could think about how to approach it, could pass down wisdom about interacting with it. He was the personality they gave to earthquakes, so those terrifying events felt part of a coherent world, rather than random ruptures in reality. He was the divine presence in horses that reminded riders they were partnering with living wildness, not controlling machinery. In all these roles, Poseidon taught the same fundamental lessons. You live in a world with powers greater than yours. These powers are not evil, but they are not safe. Engaging with them requires skill, respect, humility, and courage. Disaster is possible despite right behavior, and success is not purely personal achievement, but always partly gift and luck. Community and tradition preserve wisdom about how to live well despite danger. Certain virtues, patience, attentiveness, adaptability, resilience, help you survive and flourish. And ultimately, peace comes not from eliminating danger, but from learning to live wisely at the edge between the known and the unknown, the safe and the challenging, the controlled and the wild. These lessons are why Poseidon's mythology endures and remains meaningful even after we have ceased to believe in the literal existence of an anthropomorphic god governing the sea. The patterns he embodies, the power of nature, the limits of human control, the necessity of humility, the value of skill, the reality of risk, these patterns remain true. We may understand them through different frameworks, may respond to them with different technologies and institutions, but we still face the same fundamental situation. We are finite beings in a vast world, capable of impressive achievements, but not capable of unlimited control, able to improve our conditions, but not able to eliminate all danger, smart enough to develop civilization, but not smart enough to make that civilization invulnerable. The ancient Greeks, through Poseidon and their other gods, developed one set of responses to this situation. They built a culture that honored power while maintaining perspective about human limits. They celebrated heroic achievement while insisting on humility. They pursued excellence while accepting that excellence did not guarantee survival. They faced real dangers. The sea actually did kill many of them. Earthquakes actually did destroy their cities. But they faced these dangers without becoming paralyzed, without deciding that the risks meant they should never sail or never build. They found a way to live bravely in a dangerous world by being realistic about the danger, developing real skills for managing it, supporting each other when disaster struck, and maintaining spiritual practices that help them face uncertainty without being destroyed by anxiety. Modern civilization has solved some problems the Greeks could not solve. We can predict weather more accurately. We can build ships that are far safer. We can construct buildings that withstand earthquakes better. We can treat injuries and diseases that would have been fatal in the ancient world. We have reduced some risks significantly through technology and knowledge. But we have not eliminated risk, and we have created new risks through our technological power. Climate change, nuclear weapons, pandemic diseases, ecological collapse, artificial intelligence. These are modern equivalents of Poseidon's power. forces we have helped create but cannot fully control. Threats that could destroy civilization, despite our best efforts to prevent them. Facing these modern challenges might benefit from recovering some of Poseidon's ancient wisdom. Not the literal belief in gods, but the attitudes that belief cultivated. Respect for powerful forces, humility about our ability to control everything, patience to work with nature rather than always against it, attention to warning signs before they become catastrophes, community solidarity to help each other when disaster strikes, and perhaps most importantly, the acceptance that we will never achieve perfect safety or total control, and that this is not a reason for despair, but simply a fact to be lived with wisely. The sea is still vast. The ground still shakes. Power still exceeds control. We still build our homes at the edge between safety and the unknown, still launch our ventures into uncertain futures, still depend on forces we do not fully understand. Poseidon's mythology preserves the wisdom of people who lived in a similar situation and found ways to live well despite it, to build beautiful cities, to create lasting art and literature, to pursue excellence, to love and celebrate and find meaning, all while knowing that the ground might shake tomorrow, that the next ship might not return, that disaster was always possible. They did not let that possibility prevent them from living fully. They acknowledged danger without being controlled by it, respected power without being paralyzed by it, and found peace not in the illusion of safety, but in the reality of living skillfully at the boundary where human capability meets forces greater than itself. This is the deep history of Poseidon. Not just the story of a god, but the story of how humans learn to live beside the sea, to face uncertainty with courage, to accept limits with grace, and to find meaning and beauty in a world that remains, finally, larger and more powerful than we are. The trident still stands, marking the place where the known meets the unknown, where human ambition must reckon with natural power, where pride encounters humility, where civilization remembers it is never permanent. The waves still rise and fall. The ground still holds our cities, only until it decides to move. And we still make our offerings, in whatever form our modern lives allow, to the power that feeds us and threatens us, that carries our ventures forward, and that can, at any moment, take everything back. Not because we are primitive or superstitious, but because some truths about living well in an uncertain world do not change. And Poseidon's ancient wisdom speaks to those truths still. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.